Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Start learning today. You heard her, goddammit. Learn today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. Today. We have a class today. Mel, who's always in the super chat, he is the teacher of the Saturday class. So if y'all want to get in there and talk crap to Bro Mel, because he talk crap to y'all all day long in the super chat, your best way to get back at Bro Mel is to sign up at knowyourrightsfoundation.org. Again, get over to KYRF.org, sign up as a volunteer, and we will teach you the law for free. No one else is doing this. You're going to wish you have gotten into this at the beginning when this stuff goes on. You're seeing that all of your rights are being eroded in America by the Khazarians, by the Fruitopians, by the Republicans, by the Democrats. All of your rights are being eroded, especially by the Popo. You saw what just happened to Karmelo. We're going to get in some more of that today. So again, the best way to do it is to master the system. Take it over. Take over the legal system. Should have done that a long time ago. Some of you guys who have been signing up, I want to say I'm sorry to you guys. Some of your emails have been going to our spam, and we didn't know. And we just went through our spam, and we found like 7 or 8 people, actually maybe like 10 people whose emails went to spam. We're going to contact you guys. So if you hit us up anytime around March or through April or May, we didn't hit you back. Sorry, we didn't see your email, and we will be hitting you back very shortly this week. Again, we have a interview class for this Wednesday. So if you want to get into this Wednesday's interview class, make sure you hit us back, and we'll send you the email, and we'll send you back an interview time. So you got it's two emails we send you. First one is a questionnaire. Make sure we know you. You fill that questionnaire out. You send that back. We send you an interview time. So look out for that. And again, sorry for people who have been sending in emails to sign up for Know Your Rights Foundation, and they were going to spam. I have no idea why they were doing that, but some of your emails, a lot of your emails were going to spam. So sorry about that. Again, if you haven't heard back from us and you did sign up to Know Your Rights Foundation, that's probably the reason why. We will be hitting you back up this week. And if you hadn't heard back from us, then just hit us up again, because knowing the law is very important. Don't get discouraged because we didn't hit you back. It's not like we did it on purpose. All right. So again, hit us up and we will get you back in for Know Your Rights Foundation. So again, appreciate everybody who's getting in and tackling this topic from the jump. Again, this is something that should have been done a long time ago. I should not be the first one to start a law school in our community. However, it seems to be that way. We do have a law school though. So get over there and get signed up. So again, everybody who's ordered your great book of Melanin Research, appreciate you. Thank you for ordering the great book of Melanin Research. If you haven't gotten your package or anything back, I'm waiting on some flashcards to come through and a couple of books. So if you hadn't gotten your books, I did run out as I was sending people theirs this week. So if you haven't gotten yours, it's probably because I'm waiting on some books. So just hold on a few seconds, and flashcards. So just hold on a little bit. We'll get that out to you. But anybody else, if you want to order the great book of Melanin Research right here, this beautiful, beautiful book right here, you get this free package with it. You get the Know Your Rights Manual, the Public Official Bonds book right here. This Know Your Rights Manual has everything you need to know about police stops. Everything you need to know about police stops that will get you home safely, but also make you verbally smack the shit out of police officers. Verbally. Verbally. You can talk shit to Popo while asserting your rights. Just don't do it just arbitrarily. But if they're violating your rights, you can talk shit to Popo and you can get back at them. This book teaches you how to do all of that. Then right here is the Public Official Bonds book. Whenever they violate your constitutional rights, they have something called a public official bond, or which is more like insurance. They either have either or, public official bond or insurance. This book right here teaches you how to go file a claim on either one, their bond or their insurance. They have to have this just in case they do something to harm the public. No police officer can be hired without insurance or a bond. And when they lose their insurance or bond, they lose their job, or they lose their ability to perform on the street. Sometimes they have to go, they get put on the desk job in the office. So if you want to get back at Popo, this is the best way to do it. And then we have the constitutional rights cards. This is the cliff notes of what's in the Know Your Rights manual, the most pertinent stuff that the police officer should know about your rights and what will happen if they violate your rights. Right here, boom. And then we have both of those. We have two versions of those right here. You let us know which one you want when you order, okay? Because I may send you just the traditional one right here. If you don't tell me that you want this one when you order, I'm probably just going to give you that one because that's the most common one we have. So this is a special edition, so you have to let us know that you want that one. And then right here's the qualified immunity card. Lets them know they lose that qualified immunity, that shield they get when they violate your rights, and they don't know they violated your rights. Again, but when you let them know they're in danger of violating your rights, they lose that qualified immunity. And it has all the laws on here that says it. Boom, has all your information there. And then this is the qualified immunity notice. This has the Supreme Court cases that backs up your assertion of your rights. You're defending your rights. And right here at the very top, it says a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. That is a Supreme Court case, meaning it's the top court in the land. It rules. This case has never been overturned. So when you get a police officer on camera and you state, officer, you're in danger of violating my rights, and then they continue to move on, they keep on doing it, they can't claim they didn't know they violated your rights. Again, knowingly violate the law. So again, this is the best way to get back at police officers. And then at Know Your Rights Foundation, we also have the ICE rights cards for all of you, my Hispanic brothers and sisters who the ICE is smashing on you. You can get over there and get that too. But you get all of this in the package when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy right here, plus the flashcards. You get police stop flashcards 1 and 2. And this is sort of the cliff notes also of the police stops, or the Know Your Rights man.
Pulled over? Don't guess. Be ready. Police stop flashcards give you the right words and the steps to stay safe. Knowledge you can keep in your pocket.
Knowledge you can keep in your pocket. Trust me, those flashcards are great. It's one of the best things I've ever come up with is those flashcards. And they teach you the law really quickly. And other people in here who's had those flashcards and have learned from the flashcards. We have a lot of people who just pick up the flashcards and learn only from the flashcards, amazingly enough. But they're that intricate that they will teach you the law. So get over here, and this is the best way to support at realnagas.com by getting that Great Book of Melanin Research. As well, make sure you get over to the Cash App. You know, I have a goal every week that we try to reach every week. You know the goal, everybody. Appreciate you for helping me get to the goal every week. Just get over to the Cash App. That's at the bottom, Real Nagas, the number 9. Or also have Venmo. You can also Venmo or just hit the super chat. But I appreciate you for all that you do. All right, everybody. Oops. And I will, for my Patreon people, I know Patreon cut you guys off, and a lot of you guys have been hitting me up saying that you were subscribers and when can you get back in. I'm working on every single day. I'm working on the website. It's not easy to create a subscription website, as well as all of the videos that I have to find and re-edit to put back on the website. So it's not an easy thing. Fuck Patreon. That's it. Fuck Patreon, bitch ass. Took down my whole goddamn shit. But it's better if I do this, because now once I create my own subscription site, then no one else can take me down, and I can talk all the shit that I want about the bitch ass Khazarians. But I'm not sure that's why they took me down. I'm highly suspicious of that's the reason they took me down. But again, the subscription website is coming. It'll be up within the next couple weeks. So just bear with me. Appreciate you, Roger Roche. Thank you for the cash app, brother. Appreciate you, bro. Where you at? Uh-oh. Let me use some love on that.
May the force be with you.
Says, what's up, Kev? Was watching the Johnny Cochran old interviews and law stuff yesterday. What an incredible human being. Yep, incredible mind. Yeah, man. He is the patron saint of the Know Your Rights Foundation. Not a saint, but you know, he's our number one guy. That's my guy right there, Johnny Cochran. I was watching those every single day when those I used to work night shift at Bank of America when those trials were going on. I was working night shift. So when I would get home in the morning, I would sit there and watch the whole trial all day. And this is before I was into any of the law stuff, but I was into law, but not really into law like that. I was just really fascinated by the law, and I just was captivated by the court. And I used to watch that stuff all day, every single day. And I was like, Johnny Cochran is off the goddamn chain. And that's when I was like, I got to be like that nigga. That's when I was looking at Johnny. I was like, I need to be like Johnny Cochran with this law shit. So shout out to Johnny Cochran. For sure. See who we got in here. I missed out on some oops. Let's see. I got Linda Nayanor in here. DJ Sherm was cracking Transcendental. What's happening? Dwayne Hicks was popping, bro. What's happening on this Saturn's Day? Knowledge Born. What up? What up, True SAT? What's happening? Sharky Dog. I got you, the Godzilla. Mr. Ovary Massager. Hilarious. And appreciate you, Mr. Ovary Massager, for the cash out.
May the force be with you.
Let me put that back up. And let me see who else I got in here. Mr. Ovary Massager. Sam Stone. What up, brother? Also a member of the Know Your Rights Foundation. What up, Roderick Roche? What's happening, bro? He says, Kev, YouTube having some fine sisters in your promotional. Oh, you be having some. I'm like YouTube, but you be having some fun. Hey, let me tell you. Yes, those sisters are fine in that video. That's why you should get out there and buy that damn book for the fine ass sisters in the commercial. But I got you, Mr. Ovary Massager. Melanated Brown. What's happening? Visual UOYOU, excuse me. Let me see who else is in here. Got your Roderick Roche. Is that it? Did I get everybody? Broderick Enoch. What up, brother? What's up, Keisha here? I think that's how you say it. US Blues, what's happening? What's happening, everybody? Thank you for showing up on this Saturn's Day, and let me be the first to say happy summer solstice to you, brothers and sisters. Tonight is the summer solstice. Make sure you do your rituals. Again, I've said this countless times that you have to get back in tune with nature. That's when we were the gods, the mothers and fathers and gods of this earth, is when we were in tune with nature, the universe, astrologically. And that's being in harmony. It's energy, moving bodies, moving energies, harmony, frequency, all of that type of stuff. And when you are in tune, when you're in harmony, the universe works for you. You can't even stop it from working for you when you're in tune and you're in harmony. It just does. So again, people, make sure you do your rituals, whatever you need to do. While the celestial bodies are at their height of power working for you right now, the sun is at its peak. It's at its highest point right now. You can draw on the sun's energy, the greatest celestial body that we have within our solar system, and invoke that energy. Use the sun's power. What do you want from out of this universe right now? What do you want to happen? And collectively, we need to think like that. We need to be on those things. So we need to think collectively, no war, abundance for everyone on earth, but especially us melanated people. But abundance. We need to think peace, happiness, harmony, love, friendship, evolution, all of these things. Put these things out into the universe, because no one is thinking that right now. We have nothing but divide and conquer, dissension in the ranks. Hate this group hates that group, this group hate, it's all over the place. It's crazy right now. And that's all by design. We're going to talk about it today too. But again, happy winter solstice. Make sure you get over there and do your rituals. Whatever you want, you can, again, you bring it from the energy plane, manifest it into the physical plane by writing it down, whatever you want. You fold that piece of paper into yourself. If you want things to come to you, you fold it towards yourself. Then you take your little lighter, whatever, you set it on fire and release it back out into the universe. Okay, so it's a full cycle. Comes from energy to the physical, then release it back to energy out into the universe. Again, and if you want things to leave your life, you fold it away from your body. Now, this is what I do. You can do whatever the heck y'all got going. But what I do, this is the stuff that I do. And it seems to work quite greatly when I do these things. And again, this is when the sun is at its peak. Our mother, father, the sun, again, giving us all the energy that brings us abundance in life. So get back in tune and get back in harmony. All right, everybody. We got to get through some things. What do you say? Collectively, all humans or just us FBAs? I'm for everybody. All people are gods. Everyone is God. Only those who know it manifest the power. So I'm never this or that. I'm this and that. I'm about everyone in the universe. Whoever I can work with. I'm about consciousness. What's that mean? I'm about consciousness. Again, the way you look is not actually who you are anyway. It's an illusion. Your skin color is an illusion. You're not this tone, this skin tone. You are reflecting that in the light spectrum. The color you appear to be is what you are reflecting. And again, melanated people, the reason you are different colors, the reason that you are different colors is because you reflect different frequencies of UV light. So UV is that purple light. So you reflect different vibrations and frequencies of that light. So this is why you tend to be the color that we are. But again, if everyone is abundant in the world, we all do well. When you have some people doing good and some people not doing well, that's when you get the jealous and the have-nots wanting what the haves. And that creates a great imbalance. When you have haves and have-nots, that's a great imbalance. Again, you want everybody to be flourishing so that the world, the universe moves in harmony. So, what do you say? Shit, nigga, FBAs, SNAs, RNAs, MBAs. That's what I'm talking about. God damn it. Whoever's on the high vibrational frequency, you can come to the cookout. I'm about God consciousness. I ain't about how you look. I'm about how you think and what you do. How you think and what you do. And those two things need to match up, because I'm peeping. I hear what you say, but I also watch what you do. And if those two things don't match up, you full of shit. That's just how it goes in my book. That's just me. If what you say and what you do don't meet up like that, you full of shit. Appreciate you, Roger Rose. Thank you for another super chat. What do you say, Kim? I want to do the status classes, starting my own trucking company soon. Will raising my status help with unconstitutional taxes? Does status help with business in general? Yes, it does. Changing your status, again, helps for the government. You change your status for the government. You learn, we do two types of law: police stop law, status law. Status law, changing your status is for the government when they come after you for taxes and stuff like that. When they try to put you into their jurisdiction. And you say, nah, brother, I'm not within your jurisdiction. Sorry. And you show them why. But you have to declare it, because if they don't know, then if you didn't tell them, how would they know? Like, again, closed mouth doesn't get fed. A lot of people think the government is supposed to know stuff without you telling them. No, And the government is just on autopilot. For you to make the government work for you, you got to speak up. So yes, status classes will absolutely help with taxes, because you're really not supposed to be paying tax, income tax. You're not supposed to pay income tax. You only do that because you promised to pay. You agreed to pay them. That's the only reason you have to pay, because you told them you owed them money. When you fill out the W-2, W-4, 1099, that's an admission to pay. You're admitting to the IRS that you owe them money. And just like any nigga in the hood, if you owe a nigga money, that nigga coming for their money, are they not? Especially if the nigga didn't know you owed them money. And then you say, hey, you know what? Did I owe you money? I think you did. Can you place that right here for me, bro? So we are at, we're at 25 for the donations today. 20. Oh, actually, well, no, we're at 35. My bad. We're at 35 for the donations today. $35 for the donations. So appreciate you. Help me get to the goal. All right, everybody. Let's get into it. So your boy Trump is on one right now. Trump is tripping out because they've told him that there's only 4 weeks of gas left in the world. They're like, nigga, you are tripping. There's only 4 weeks of gas left in the entire world, bruh. What are you doing? Yo, Gary Cowley, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. For the Cash App.
May the force be with you.
So, Trump now, he had to even though he's surgically has his mouth attached to Khazarian balls, he had to snip some of those sutures away just so he can say, peace deal. I want a peace deal. I'm just kidding. Nigga had to get a little bit of his lip away from the ball. I want a peace deal. And the Khazarians weren't invited. Crazily enough, they didn't invite the Khazarians to the peace deal. So check it out. Let me do the oops. And the Khazarians were pissed. Now, again, Trump has to do this because, first of all, one of his things is he doesn't want to be seen as the president that brought on the Great Depression, the only Great Depression since the original Great Depression. And he's in danger of that. So whoever he's working with over in Iran, they was like, nigga, you need to do this peace deal, bruh. Whoever's on the back end was like, bruh, you need to do this peace deal or that's going to be your ass. And so to the chagrin of Bitch Real, they came to a deal. A preliminary deal. It's called an MOU, memorandum of understanding or something like that. It's like a 60-day peace deal, preliminary talk. This is what we hashing out. Basically, though, Iran got everything they was looking for. So basically, Iran won. Iran won. They was able to hold off all the oil in the world until Trump bowed down and bent the knee, like in Game of Thrones. And so Iran got everything. America gets nothing but opening the economy, the oil economy for the world. And the Khazarians are pissed. They are crazy pissed. Now they're turning on Trump. See? Soon as you go against the Khazarians, nigga, you become their major enemy. So check this out. Can y'all see? Hold up. What happened? Yo, something is. There we go. All right. Sorry, guys. This StreamYard be tripping, but here we go.
Of understanding with Iran, they want to. Well, Israelis are having a complete meltdown over Donald Trump's memorandum of understanding with Iran. They want to see it. They are demanding to see it. They're not being allowed to see it. Trump has even reportedly denied Netanyahu and the Israeli security state from being able to see the memorandum of understanding that JD Vance says is already signed. It was signed electronically. It will be signed physically this Friday. And they say the deal is done and the Israelis were completely cut out of the deal. The Israelis are having a freak out about this, not just the Israelis that are actual Israelis in Israel, but also the Israeli mouthpieces are completely melting down. Also, they're not only melting down over the memorandum of understanding, they're saying they feel totally and completely betrayed by Donald Trump, that he threw them under the bus when it comes to Iran and the war. And also some of the latest statements he's been making, including this one, where he says that he would rather Syria take care of Hezbollah and not Israel. And he says he thinks that Israel's essentially, he says they've been committing war crimes. Watch this.
What are the expectations for Israel? Can this deal survive if Israel attacks Lebanon?
It can, and I consider that the minor war. Iran's the big one, but we have that a little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah. And I was very responsible for Syria, and the man that's running Syria now is a person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others. He's done an amazing job of pulling it together. He's not a Boy Scout, but he's done an amazing job of pulling it together. And he is very good with Hezbollah, does not like them. And I'll tell you what.
So he's talking about Lebanon, right? So Vitriol keeps saying that they're fighting over in Lebanon because of Hezbollah, right? They're trying to take out Hezbollah because Hezbollah is an existential threat to the Khazarians. But it's bullshit. They just want to take their land over. And Hezbollah is just the freedom fighting force over there, which basically has become the Lebanese army military at this point. So they keep carpet bombing Lebanon. And the Lebanon is supposed to be in the peace deal. They're like, look, nigga, if you want a peace, you got to tell these bitch ass Khazarians to stop bombing Lebanon. Innocent people. They've killed like 3,000 people in Lebanon since they started the Iran war. That's crazy. You killed 3,000 people, motherfucker, in Lebanon? What the fuck? And they keep calling Lebanon the security zone. They just keep adding stupid ass words, bullshit words, and they flip the meaning of the security zone. So it makes them seem like they're fighting for their security. This is what they call the bombing zone in Lebanon, the security zone. We're just securing Israel's interest. So Trump basically, though, he came out and turned against these niggas and was like, yo, y'all niggas is tripping. Yeah. Like, damn, y'all niggas. Now, he really would say more. They got him over a barrel. They got him in the Epstein files, and they threatened to kill him, allegedly. So he's scared on both ends. But even though that it got him on both ends, he came out and kind of shitted on him. I mean, not really, but kind of. For him, it's a shitting.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all.
See? Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and you don't have to knock down an apartment building every time you want to. See? You ain't supposed to say that. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, nigga.
Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah, because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it. And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement.
This nigga basically said the Syrians, the Al-Qaedians, are better at dealing with Hezbollah. They're more lenient. They're less volatile than the Khazarians. God damn. When you go caping for Al-Qaeda in Syria to beat her, they like, them niggas are even more level-headed than the Khazarians. Like, holy shit. And the Khazarians didn't take that well.
That there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was right in, it wasn't like in the southern side, and it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable, and he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for. He's done. And
see how he still has to kiss BB's ass? He's protected me. He's done everything that I've asked for. Protected you from what? America got no deal, got nothing out of the deal. Nothing other than inflation, fucking dead soldiers, blown up. All the bases, the military bases in the Middle East are all blown up. That may be a good thing because America don't need to be controlling everybody in the Middle East. But America got nothing. What the hell does he mean? He's been very good for me, meaning he has not released those Epstein files. But that might be coming. That actually may be coming. Here we go, though.
If Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
Oh, boy. Have you noticed how the billionaire class always does this? They spend years. That's exactly what happened with Bitcoin and crypto for years. Again, that's blocktrustkim.com. What I want to say, I think, would actually get me removed from air, so I shouldn't say it. But let's just say, I hope Trump lives a long life. He seems to be in good health. I should say that. He seems to be in good health. He is 80, just turned 80 the other day, but he seems to be in really good health. And I think that under normal circumstances, he will live for a long time, at least 10, 15 more years if he lives a natural life.
You know what you want to say? I hope that nigga kicked the bucket. That's what she want to say. She want to say, while he walking down the street one day, I hope he finds a bucket and field goals that bitch. Go! She like, nigga, I want you to find a bucket with your name on it, nigga, and go full Messier, Messi and Ronaldo on that bucket. That's what Kim Iverson really want to say. I hope you turn into Ronaldo and Messi when you're walking down the street and you find a bucket. Just go for it. Go for it. He's like, that sounds very nice of you, I think. Yeah.
The Israelis, they're not very happy. They're not happy with this at all. Here's Mark Levin. He had a total and complete freak out. He says the president has now made very clear that the Iranian regime media's statement of the MOU terms is utterly bogus and that they better get their act together. This is why I kept insisting that we release the terms of the purported deal. Otherwise, we and the public have no idea what's actually going on. So he's like, what is actually going on? He keeps saying over and over, show us the deal. Show us the MOU. Can we see it? Can we see it? Can we see it? He's been tweeting this out nonstop. And basically, the president is not giving it to him. And I think that's actually quite interesting. Also, Ben Shapiro, this is what he has to say about the MOU he still has also not seen. He says, here's the amazing thing about written agreements. They are comprised of words we can all read and then form opinions about it. Really neat. So release the MOU text now. Don't keep it secret and then complain that people aren't trusting your version of events. So these guys claim to be Americans, but we can see that they're actually really, truly Israelis, wanting to know the terms of their deal with their country, Israel and Iran. Here's Ben Shapiro and what he has to say about it.
Hey, this is the problem. This is why I am skeptical. So again, I think that there's not much in the 60-day memorandum. I think the memo of understanding is probably open-ended. I think it probably doesn't involve a lot of substantive discussion. I'm hopeful that essentially all it is the United States saying, listen, we're done here. We've done most of the damage we're willing to do. You want to mess around in the Strait of Hormuz, that's your business. The Europeans and the Chinese can take care of it. We're out. I'm hopeful that's what this is. And that basically there is no second step, because I think a second step would be quite bad. But we're not going to know until we see the text. The one thing I will say with regard to the president and the vice president and the signals they're sending, if you keep sending the signal to a terror-backing regime that chants death to America, that you want to deal with them so badly that you're going to tell our allies in the region to stand down, you are giving them an enormous amount of forward momentum.
Look how much, dude, you an American citizen. Ben Shapiro was born in Los Angeles. But you wouldn't think that if you listen to this motherfucker. He sounded like he was actually born in Bitchreal. Our allies, our friend, our allies how? What the fuck are they doing for America? No one can say what the fuck Israel does for America. They keep talking about our allies, our greatest ally, our friend in the Middle East. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are they doing for America? Absolutely nothing. But Ben is bought off by Mossad. He's paid and he's bought and paid for, straight up. So he has to go full deep throat. He has to go full deep throat on these niggas.
And that is a huge mistake. That should not be done. And I hope that the president does not do that. Again, that signing ceremony in Switzerland should be canceled. It should not happen. A picture of the vice president standing next to an IRGC cutout like Muhammad Khalibaf is not something the United States should be celebrating. It is not a good idea.
Mike Huckabee, who's supposed to be the ambassador from the United States to Israel, says, he goes on to say this. He says, fortunately, Secretary Rubio made it clear that Iran and Hezbollah aren't linked to a deal. Israel doesn't need Iran's permission to defend itself. The tether of terror must end. So
look at that. Israel doesn't need Iran's permission to defend itself. Tether or terror must end. So they call themselves defending themselves when they bomb Lebanon. Because again, Iran says you can't bomb Lebanon. And so Israel says we don't need Iran's permission to defend itself. Or Israel doesn't need Iran's permission to defend itself. Meaning we don't need your permission to go bomb and kill a whole bunch of innocent people. We can do that anytime we want. So Trump got tired of it, and then he put the deal together without Vitriol being involved. That's why they were spying on everybody in the cabinet. I talked about that last week, how the Pentagon said that Vitriol is America's biggest enemy, spying on everybody in Congress, or most of them. Anybody who's in Trump's circle, anyway. So that happened. And then they finally signed it. So when this report came out, Trump hadn't signed it. So he finally signed it the other day. And when he signed it, god damn. God damn. They lost their goddamn cotton picking minds. Oops. So check this out. They lost their cotton picking crack ass minds. Hold up. Damn it. Sorry, hold on. Hold on. All right. Sorry. Hold on 1 second. Man, damn. Like, girl, who you talking? You talking and shit? Like, I can't even see the screen, but here we go. So let me find this now. All right. Is this it? All right. Oh, here we go.
Across its border, as we'll see, if the Israel is going to have to respond to terrorism across its border, as we'll see, if the United States is going to suddenly become an advocate for the idea that Israel can't defend itself, then this is a giant L for the United States and for our allies.
So there might be a peace deal. Everybody's saying there is. All signs point to.
Actually, that's not the one. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold up. God damn. So many videos, people. I'm trying to show you guys. Hold on. God damn. All right, check it out.
Yeah, and of course, who tried to assassinate him? Yeah, tried to assassinate John Bolton. Tried to. So I'm telling you what's going on.
They are really having quite a moment, aren't they? What's going on? The Iran peace deal has officially been signed as of yesterday evening, but how long-lasting is this peace? Well, we have some intelligence to indicate that our national sovereignty will once again be pushed to the limit by our greatest ally. First, we have video of President Donald Trump signing the deal with Iran last night to end the Middle East war at a candlelit dinner at the Palace of Versailles following the G7 summit, hosted by, you can see him sitting right next to President Trump there, the French President Emmanuel Macron. And this morning, we now know of the exact terms of this deal. This is a copy of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between Iran and the United States. I'm going to cover for you the highlights, starting with the first point here, very important, that Iran and the United States and its allies will immediately and permanently cease military operation on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Yes, we are talking about you, Israel. Another clause, point 5, very important, that the Strait of Hormuz will reopen with no charge for 60 days only, meaning that after 60 days, Iran would theoretically be able to, if they wanted to, charge a toll, which is a massive concession. Remember, ships were free to come and go as they pleased through the strait before February 28th, before we launched this war.
So America has basically made Iran a superpower. God damn, what is up with my camera? Hold on, guys. My camera keeps going out for some damn reason. Yo, what is up with my camera? Are you serious right now? Hold on, everybody. My camera is not working. Son of a bitch. It can't be my camera. It's got to be StreamYards, yo. Hold up. Sorry, everybody. About the delay, but god damn. It's not my, actually, it's not my camera. It's StreamYards. Won't pick. Something is happening with StreamYards. God damn. It's not picking up my camera, you guys. What? All right. It says it's loading. Sorry. All right, so I'm gonna have to unplug my camera and then plug it back. It looks like. God damn. All right, people, the live stream seems to be a little messed up. I may have to go off camera. Well, there I am right there. I have to shut my camera down. There we go. I'm back. All right. Good Lord, man. The camera is full of shit. So half of this may be me off camera, this live stream. Just giving you, because the camera is not working too well. But so Iran basically became a superpower. Getting back to what I was talking about. Iran became a superpower. They weren't a superpower before. Now they're a superpower. And they're probably the country that America wants to be their ally. When they say that vitriol is the ally over in the Middle East, the real ally should be Iran. It really should be Iran. They're the ones with more resources than anybody. All the oil, they got really the infrastructure. They got the major infrastructure over there. Plus they have more people to if they're if they're in a trade deal with America, you got 92 million people that America can sell goods to. If they're again 92 million people, whereas Israel there's only 10 million people, and they don't buy anything from America because America gives them all the money. They gives them all your money. The U.S. government gives Israel all your fucking money. But Iran, it would be a great deal if you can enter some type of trade deal with Iran, which is what they're doing. They're like, they took the sanctions off of Iran, so now Iran can trade with all of America's partners, which is going to Iran is about to start smashing in the world. Iran is about to start smashing in the world. So shout out to Iran for holding out, even though it took them like 3,000, 4,000 people to die for them to get to this point, which sucks. Most of them women and children.
War with Israel. Point 6, this is a big one right here, that the United States of America undertakes with its regional partners to develop a definitive mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, aka we are talking about reparations here. We're being told right now that this won't be taxpayer money, which could mean
they get $300 billion that America, first of all, how do you get to hold somebody else's money? See, this to me is that white supremacy bullshit. Who the hell are you that you can hold a whole nother sovereign country's money because you don't like the way they do shit over in their country? And they don't think white supremacy is a goddamn problem. How the hell do you think that you the daddy of the world that you can tell somebody else that they can't have their own money that they made themselves without you? You can't get that. They tied it up. They when they sanctioned Iran, they tied their money up in banks. So again, America is full of shit. And the fall of America is coming. And again, like I said last week, I was majorly against vitriol, but I'm still against them. I'm still majorly against them. However, I'm not necessarily against them taking out the Caucasian rulership of America. That's not a bad thing. Just saying.
Many different things, and I'm sure BlackRock will be chomping at the bit. So not ideal. Point 7, this is a little hard to read, but it says that the United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Another huge concession, because we have been waging economic war against Iran for decades. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, that's what's been happening. We have not allowed them to trade with any of our allies, any of our trading partners. So they've had to resort to trading with the Russians and the Chinese. But it now looks like Iran is open for business, which Israel, I'm sure they're not too happy about. Next is no nuclear weapons, which is a little bit silly at this point because all the intelligence that we had leading up to the war indicated that they had no nukes to begin with. And we also did that bombing operation, if you remember last year, where Trump declared that their nuclear facilities were entirely destroyed, and anybody who said otherwise is fake news. I mentioned sanctions before, but point 10 says that Iran will be now able to sell oil on the open market, something, again, they weren't able to do before this war, so expect them to get much, much richer in the coming years. The last call out I want to make is point 11, which says the United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran upon implementation of this MOU. Another huge infusion of cash for the Iranians. Objectively speaking, the United States has lost this war. But we all sort of knew that this was the likely outcome prior to it starting, which is why every single sane person was like, please, Mr. President, please do not do this. Trump, of course, listened to Netanyahu instead of his own intelligence. So now, today, in our reality, this is the best possible outcome for the United States, bar us sending in ground troops or sacrificing tens of thousands of American lives.
So when somebody came out, I don't have the video. I thought I had it on here. Let's see. There's a video on here that breaks down that Trump or that Netanyahu bitch. Damn it, oh, this is the guy right here. So watch this. So this guy says Netanyahu bitch is not going to take this lying down. He probably is about to release all the files to get Trump to get out of this deal.
Today's show, where we get into all the ish from the week, so to speak. I will put a link in the description below if you want to subscribe, which I highly encourage. Thank you, Nabori. Maybe I should. Let me know what you guys think. But to my point of espionage, former Israeli intel officer Ari Ben-Manash is suggesting that Israel has got a few more tricks up their sleeves. Take a listen here.
If there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. New material that wasn't seen before.
Remember, we have only seen a small percentage of the Epstein files. Some estimates say 30%, some say even less than that. A lot of it redacted due to national security. Right around the time of 9/11, we have a bunch of those files missing, which we have to wonder, what was that all about? Mark Levin has been out here saying the quiet part out loud, if you know what I mean. Take a listen.
But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive. And they've had them for decades. Israel will survive. Period.
For a guy who wears this big American...
Israel will survive. Look, this nigga is supposed to be an American. Israel will survive. America may not be here, but Israel will go on. Mike Huckabee said there would be no America if it wasn't for bitch real. Now he's the ambassador. He's America's ambassador to bitch real. And he lives in bitch real. This nigga said there would be no America if it wasn't for bitch real. Now, America's far older than bitch real. However, if you look into the nuance of what he's saying, if it wasn't for bitch real's money, the bankers, all of the bankers who run the world are bitch-ralian. They're bitch-ralian. So that's what he means. The infusion of money, the funding of your country comes from bitch real or bitch-ralians around the world. Yeah, the 300 billion was Iran's money. Yeah. It was in there, yeah. It was America who took their money, basically froze it and said, you can't have it. And then, so Trump is about to give him $300 billion, but he shitted on Obama when Obama gave him $1 billion. Obama only released $1 billion of their money. And Trump, oh my God, Obama, he's funding terrorism. He's funding terrorism. That's the worst deal of all time. Blah, 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 blah. But you about to give him $300 billion. Wait a minute. Obama gave $1 billion. You giving him $300 billion? Okay, nigga. So everybody knows Trump's full of shit, but he has to do this because, again, the economy is on the line in the world, and he can't do anything about it. Hold on, really quick. He can't do a damn thing about it. So, moving along, we'll see what happens. But right after the deal, right after Trump signed the deal, a couple hours after Trump signed the deal, bitch real bombed Lebanon. They bombed them today. They bombed them yesterday. They've been bombing them ever since the goddamn deal been signed, trying to throw the deal off. And so Iran is like, nigga, we about to smash on fucking Israel, bitch. And so then Trump is like, hold up, pimpin'. let me go holler at this bitch ass nigga. BiBi, hold on, nigga, don't fuck off the deal because of bitch real. Don't do it. So Trump is trying to hold bitch real in place, which he can't do because he's scared of them niggas, and they got all the compromising information on him. So he can't hold them in place. But Iran is like, nigga, you better do something because they did open up Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is open. So they like, nigga, we'll close this bitch again if you don't get bitch real under control. So now Trump is now about to be in a fight with bitch real. We're going to see how that goes because now he has to defy BiBi out in the open, or he has to shit on BiBi out in the open for putting the deal in jeopardy. They've killed, since the deal started, since they signed the deal the other day, they killed like 60-something people. Bitch real. They carpet bombed. They killed like 60-something people since the deal was signed. Again, they're trying to spoil the deal. These people are so evil, it's insane. But just as evil is the white supremacy counterpart in America. They're just as evil. Both of them are white supremacy. True, let's get it straight. Bitch real is white supremacy. They call it Jewish supremacy, but it's really a religion, a religious supremacy with white people. Because no blacks, no melanated Jews over there. They don't put them on the same plane. They're second and third citizens in bitch real. So Israel is really white supremacy. Just covered in Judaism, in religion. So they both prop each other up. American white supremacy and Jewish white supremacy. They both use each other to prop each other up. This is why they say Israel's our best ally, and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, white people say that because they're just as racist. Bitch real is just as racist as the racist white people who are in power in America. So this is why they're their greatest ally. Our greatest ally. He said pinky finger. $1 billion. $1 billion. So that's not happening. That's not happening. And everybody, make sure we give out to the donation goal today, everybody. Appreciate y'all for the donations on the super chat. We are up to Brandon Terry. Appreciate you, brother. We have $55 for today for the donations. Appreciate you, Brandon Terry.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. So, oops. Let me get that down off the thing. Make sure let's get to the goal, everybody. So, moving along, still with bitch real news. Oops. Now, JD Vance, because JD Vance, this is how the deal, so it appears that Bitch Real was able to fuck up the deal because JD Vance was supposed to meet with Iran over in Switzerland. And right after Bitch Real bombed Lebanon, Iran called off the meeting. So the deal is in jeopardy as we speak. Bitch Real has gotten America into a war they never gonna let America out of. Unless Trump just says, fuck you, EAD, we not fucking with you no more. They even removed some of the refueling planes from Bitch Real. So he kind of means business, but not really. He didn't remove all of the refueling planes. So if you really meant business, you would just take all the refueling planes back. So that means they can't bomb. They can't go on bombing campaigns if they can't refuel in the air. So if you was real, you would take the bombs away that you're giving them and the refueling planes. They wouldn't be able to do anything. So it's obvious he's not that serious, or he doesn't want whatever they got in the Epstein files. Holy shit. It must be insane what they have in the Epstein files. Now, if it's whatever we've been reading that has been alleged to the FBI about 13-year-olds and him smacking 13-year-olds and him ball gargling Big Bubba or throat goating Big Bubba, whoever the hell that was, and him with Robin Leach, him and Robin Leach out on his golf court, Robin Leach beating the shit out of women allegedly on the golf course, and then they burying them out on Trump's golf court. Now, if they have all of that on him, I see why this nigga's like, holy shit. If this nigga got buried bodies out on the golf course, I see why this nigga dragging his feet. He like, fuck that shit, nigga. Fuck that shit, nigga. Yo, Wayne Richards, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. We're at 65 for the day. 65. Oops. Thank you. Where we go? Thank you, bro.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. We're at $65 for the day. Thank you, guys, for the cash apps. So then JD Vance came out, gangster, and he started talking shit to Bitch Real. He really been wanting to talk shit about Bitch Real for the longest. Like, he really don't like Bitch Real, but he can't because Trump is a ball guard. He ball gargles Bitch Real. So they're at opposite ends. But now that Trump said a little something, JD Vance came out. They motherfucking better recognize where the fuck they at. He didn't say it like that, but he kind of, that's what that was in the back of his mind. These motherfuckers better realize who the fuck's feeding these niggas. You better realize who feeding you, nigga. You understand? In so many words. That's kind of how he said it. That's how I got it. That's how it came to me. But JD Vance went gangster on them niggas. Then there's some books coming out. Apparently there's some books coming out. That's hold on, where is that? There's apparently a book coming out about Trump. Here we go. Let's see if you can. Hold on. You guys can't see that? Hold on.
The Situation Room, what's going on with private briefings, private hearings, as J.D. Vance, who has self-described himself as a conspiracy theorist regarding the Epstein issue, is now on the defense on The View with some very interesting talking points that we want to talk about here in this particular video, especially when it comes to the denial of files, which he had an explanation to. Is this a legitimate explanation, especially in the face of everything that's happening here? As Joe Rogan has definitely had some very important talking points surrounding the most important controversial issue of our time. And that's exactly what we are going to be talking about in this particular video. If you appreciate that, subscribe, click the notification button, as there's a lot to get into, as allegedly there's leaked audio recordings highlighting the president of the United States with top members of his cabinet in the White House Situation Room talking about how to handle the Epstein situation. As New York Magazine reports, discussions that happened about how to handle this situation, as there are now 2 books that are supposed to be released detailing some of the conversations and key critical details with audio that has not yet been published of allegedly this taking place here. Now, this is huge here. This is major, right? As this is what Axios is reporting right now. Will it be verified? We're going to see. As of course, we always keep a very critical, skeptical eye on anything coming out regarding this story, because there's a lot of disinformation, there's a lot of crazy stuff right now. As AF Post just posted this on Twitter, saying President Trump publicly and privately scolded Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly over the Epstein issue, and later opposing Iran strikes. Again, these are the 2 major issues that have had the biggest, most net negative impact on Trump, on people trusting the government, trusting the institutions, and of course going along with this administration's agenda that has been stalled, in my opinion, with these 2 major issues, as a lot of support, a lot of gas has been released, and a lot of people have been very disappointed with their kind of handling of the situation, which has been absolutely awful. Now, I could report on this as well. I mean, I had my sources, and I knew people that specifically talked about when Charlie Kirk was alive. He did the SAS student. As that was the event, the TPUSA event in Pam Bondi, while he defended Bondi on Truth Social. Yeah, that all was positioning the Epstein issue to become a massive scandal by hosting Carlson and Kelly to blame Pam Bondi while he defended Bondi on Truth Social. Yeah, that all happened here, right? Now, what is going to be in these new books? What's going to be in New York Magazine about this? Well, of course, the obvious is, why in the world is there no accountability, right? That's the first issue. And if you want to get rid of this issue, you have accountability. You hold those people accountable. As we have Congresswoman Melina Stansberry describing this as Trump's Watergate moment on CNN. All of this as Bill Gates was recently interviewed, part of the Epstein investigation.
The New York Times published some remarkable reporting on how the Epstein files essentially paralyzed the White House. There's a lot to unpack in the article and a lot more than we have time for right now. But it essentially detailed how the president's inner circle struggled to try to handle the Epstein saga as if it were a national security level crisis, including strategizing the Situation Room. I'm wondering what your reaction was to that.
Well, no, it should have never came to this. It should have been like, okay, here's that.
It's basically going to say how Trump tried to get the files. He tried. So remember, he was telling everybody, we're going to release the Epstein files, Behind the scene, he was trying to get the files taken out. He was trying to stop the files from coming out. So the whole book is going to break that shit down, like, nigga. So this is what I'm saying. When we go back to the last video we saw, when they said Netanyahu, the way he's going to get Trump to stop is he's probably going to release all of the Epstein files. There's something in them files. I think it's something that there's a truth to the what's homeboy Robin Leach, lifestyles of the rich and famous. If you're old enough, you remember that shit. Welcome to Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. Robin Leach with Robin Leach. That motherfucker apparently was a piece of shit. Raping little girls and all that type of stuff, beating them, and apparently choked one out, and she got buried on the golf course, allegedly. This is what's alleged in the FBI files. I think that shit is true. And the Khazarians have actual evidence of it. I think them niggas may have went out and dug up the goddamn golf courses, and maybe they got DNA evidence of the bodies. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Vitriol to be that thorough in getting compromising information. Like, nigga, what? You buried bodies out where, nigga? Well, I'm about to go dig them bodies on up. I'm about to go dig them bodies right on up and put this in the vault. That's what I think. I think They got all of that on his ass. And Trump is like, yo, but now Trump has to weigh this against the world economy. Like, he has to weigh his destruction with the destruction of the world economy. Like, nigga, are you willing to go down, to take the world down with you? Are you willing to do that? And Trump kind of was, because Israel is, because they believe that the world has to go down for the Messiah to come back. For Bitchriel to rise, they believe the world has to be taken down, especially the main superpower. They can't become a superpower with and being subservient to America. So America has to be destroyed in order for them to rise. So they don't give a shit. They want, yes, go, destroy America, destroy America. Now, I'm not necessarily against that because it's destroying the white supremacy power in America. So I'm not necessarily against Bitchriel's destroy America policy. I don't mean America, I mean the U.S. government, the United States government, not America. Destroy the United States government. The white supremacy government. That needs to be taken the fuck down because them niggas is out of control. Just saying. So, whatever you got, BiBi, whatever BiBi got, all I'm saying is, BiBi, let's see it, bruh. Can we see it? What you got on Trump? Yo, Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash, bro.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. We are at, we're at 115 for the day. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you always hooking me up on the donations. Thank you, sir. We're at 115 for the day, everybody. So moving along. So there is also a report of how the Khazarians are trying to divide and conquer America, because a report came out and said that trying to turn America back to loving Bitchriel, that's no good. That's not gonna happen. But can we turn them against each other? If we can turn America, against each other, then hey, we're in the game. Hold on, let me find where that is. Hold on, let me see. Where did that video go? Hold up. So this is the, is that it? Nope. Son of a bitch. Hold on, guys. I have a bunch of videos. God damn it, all these videos. Shit. All right, hold on. Here it comes. Oh, here it is. I got it. Let me share the screen. Every time I share the screens, for some reason today, it takes my camera out. So my camera goes out. Sorry. See how I took my camera out? But here we go. This right here.
So it turns out this whole Harley Davidson is woke thing is a huge psyop coordinated by, you guessed it,
because they're doing this on a bunch of different fronts. So they're doing this on a bunch of fronts, right? They're the Fruitopian corner, men against women. So it's, straight against Fruitopia, men against women, black against white, Hispanic against the government. All of the different fights that are going on in America, they are funneling money into those fights. They're pumping them up. The louder the noise America has against itself, the less you hear about Bitchriel. This is the plan. And like I talked about last week about that guy, Jake Lang, who was outside of the Carmelo Anthony trial, with the vest on, with the big sign and all that type of shit, calling himself a white supremacist, he's actually Jewish. He's a Khazarian. I won't say Jewish, but he's a Khazarian. And then the same guy who was chastising Myron Gaines, the fresh and fit dude, at his college, at his little college event, said you can't say things to white people. I don't want you to say anything to our women. White people and black people don't need to lead together and blah, 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 this and that. And he was just shitting on black people, right? Because Myron usually, he capes for white people all day long. I'm not black. This is what Myron Gaines always says. I'm not black, because he's from Sudan. So the white dude got up there and he thought, he thought he was gonna find some solidarity with the white dude. And the white dude just shitting all over him. Nigga, you still are black, nigga. Basically. And then he come to find out at the end of his little speech, the Caucasian dude said he's Jewish. So again, this is what's going on. These crypto Jews are masquerading as full white people, full blood European whites, and trying to sow dissension in the ranks of Americans. And it's engineered, though. It's a giant plan. Just like they did a study and said we need to spend $100 million on propaganda in America to turn Americans back to love of Israel. This is the same thing. They found out that wasn't going to work. So we need a new plan. So check it out.
Our greatest ally. Okay, it all started a few weeks ago when UFC champion Sean Strickland tweeted out that he had officially made the switch to Indian motorcycle because, quote, what does Indian stand for? No effing clue, the way it should be. But then a few days later, people online started to notice that a bunch of influencers were tweeting out the exact same talking points about this. Basically, Harley is woke, Indian is based. It all seemed very coordinated. Why? Well, the guy who's running PR for Indian Motorcycle is this guy named Brad Parscale. Just so happens to be President Trump's ex-campaign manager. But the key detail here is that Brad Parscale is literally a registered foreign agent for the government of Israel and has been hired to create content for Gen Z audiences across multiple platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, podcasts, you name it. The Israeli government is literally paying him $40.
Y'all hear that? Look at that.
Very coordinated. Why? Well, the guy who's running PR for Indian Motorcycle is this guy named Brad Parscale. He just so happens to be President Trump's ex-campaign manager. But the key detail.
Ex-campaign manager. President Trump's ex-campaign manager.
Here is that Brad Parscale is literally a registered foreign agent for the government of Israel and has been hired to create content for Gen Z audiences across multiple platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, podcasts.
To create audience for Gen Z. So basically, they're sowing dissension into the minds, their indoctrination, hate, distrust, blah, 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 all of this. They know they can rile up the youth with emotion. They're all emotion. So all I got to do is just keep pumping bullshit images to you. Rile you up. Talk shit about the Karmelo Anthony thing. Act like white people have the right to put their hands on people and then nothing's supposed to happen to them. And just keep playing that storyline up all day long. So the people, white people who believe that they're supposed to have some type of privilege over anyone else in America, they get on board with the narrative. You can't stab someone just because they touched you. Wait a minute, nigga. Hold on. Let's deal with he touched me first. Let's deal with that shit. We ain't dealing with that? Okay. See, this is all bullshit. So they're paid. This dude is paid to institute a campaign of divide and conquer in America. Don't fall for it, is what I'm trying to tell you. Don't fall for the bullshit. The banana and tailpipe.
To create content for Gen Z audiences across multiple platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, podcasts, you name it. The Israeli government is literally paying him $46 million this year. And the entire goal is to get Americans to argue with one another about culture war slop nonsense because they know that the pro-Israel messaging isn't working anymore. The only move they have left is to distract us while they take over our country. And part of the irony of the whole thing is that Sean Strickland, who I don't believe is a part of the PSYOP, has been very outspoken against Israel, so much so to the point that he has been banned or at least uninvited from the UFC 250 event at the White House. So it's almost like no matter what you do, you end up with Benjamin Netanyahu.
So now you see who's behind all the bullshit in America. Now you know. Now you know. So moving along. So the Karmelo Anthony video came out. So two videos came out. So there's one of the body cam, and then there's one of the field, one of him just on the field. So let's take a look. So let's look at the one of him just on the field first. So as you can see, it's rainy outside. There's no other, there are going to be no other tents up. So that's why he was under that tent. Plus, he was talking to his homie. Watch, here we go. So this is one angle. I think that's the Metcalf dudes walking in from one side. So these are the Metcalf cats walking in from one side. So this is Karmelo coming up right here. So what I mean by he didn't have a tent, his team didn't have a tent up on the side. You're going to see when he goes to the side, there's no tent up for his team. They said they didn't put a tent up because there weren't enough people there at the event for their track event for their team to throw up a tent. So this is Karmelo and them. I don't know. Let me see if we can. And this is about as big as I can get the video footage. So you're looking right in here in this corner right here. Let me see if I can. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can make it bigger. So it's not going to make the video bigger. It's just going to make the damn it. Let me go back down. It's only going to make the font bigger. So I can't make the video any bigger than this. So sorry, guys. But you can go to it. You can go to YouTube on your phone and you can make it bigger. Now, there's a there's a thing that where they're saying that this isn't the same video. This isn't the video that was shown by the school district to all those other people who asked to view the footage. And this is the grainy video. The other footage that they saw was in 4K. They could see everything. So this is not the real footage. This is not the actual footage that they were showing to the real people. This is what got shown in court, though. So Karmelo is sitting up in here somewhere. I made it bigger on my tablet earlier and just now. Well, good. Yeah, you can do it on your tablet or your iPhone. If you do, so you can see. So remember, we're looking right here. This is the area we're looking in right here. So Karmelo just stabbed him. So look, hold on. Let me go back. So you can see there's a commotion. Look. Right now, there's a commotion. Boom. He pushes Karmelo. You can see Karmelo got pushed. So first off, look at all the people surrounding Karmelo. Only one of them dudes is supposed to be his friend, but that's the friend who said we don't really know each other that well. So that nigga didn't even consider himself Karmelo's friend. So all the people around him right now are enemies or people he don't fuck with. All people from another school that he don't know. They're all surrounding him right now. Remember, because now some stuff is going down between him and Austin. So everybody's now, everybody's supposed to be around him. Supposedly, nobody got their phone out recording this shit. No phone footage was shown at all. Supposedly, they got nobody on the phone footage side of the game, right? So, but he's surrounded by all these people. Now, how are you not supposed to feel intimidated, surrounded by a bunch of people who you don't know? Aggressively talking to you, telling you to get the hell out when you just sitting there talking to your homie. Now, obviously, he's scared. Or he's in flight or fight mode. And then they're not talking about, though, how much bigger Karmelo, I mean, how much bigger Austin is than Karmelo. This is where the prosecutor fucked up. They should have bought in, when you say 130-pound guy next to a 213-pound guy, that's 85. That was almost 85 pounds bigger, 4 inches taller, right? And he was 4 inches taller, 85 pounds bigger. What they should have done was bought a 200-pound guy into the room and bought a 285-pound guy into the room. You can really see the difference between a 200-pound guy and a 285-pound man. That was me, the 285-pound nigga. Trust me, you huge. They should, that's what he should have done to show the difference in size between the two. A big ass 285-pound man against a 200-pound guy. And a 4 inch shorter guy. I don't know why they didn't bring that visual into the courtroom. That was just dumb. But now, as again, you can see Karmelo get pushed right here. You can see him getting pushed. Hold on, here we go. Watch him get pushed. Right. You can see it. Hold on, they're arguing. There's a scuffle. Bam! He pushed him. Karmelo jabs back. So in the middle of that, while they were talking, that's when Karmelo was like, touch me and see what happened. Touch me and see. Touch me, see what happened. That's what he was telling him right then. And so Anthony was like, Austin was like, get the fuck out. Well, you need to get the fuck out. Bitch ass. He was calling him bitch ass. I'll beat your bitch ass. All this was going on. And that, what you saw right there. All of that was going on. So then they said Karmelo ran because he felt that he was guilty. He doesn't run. You're about to see Karmelo run to his track coach. So watch. Now, just as they said, he stabbed, boom. He comes in the back. He looks to the right and to the left. This is just like they were saying in the other people were saying in the video. He comes out the back. He looks to the right. And then I guess that was blocked or whatever. So then he looked to the left and then he ran down the stairs on the left, which is what he's doing right now. So all of that was true, what they said. So we know they did see the video. The fact that this part of the video and what they said corroborates. Now, see, he runs. He stops for a second. He's looking for an authority figure. So he's about to find his track coach. He's looking for an authority figure somewhere. Boom. Then he finds his track coach. So he went to go look for his track coach. He told him what happened. So then the track coach goes over. He tries to talk to somebody, see what's going on. Karmelo's tripping now. Now you can see Karmelo's distraught. He crying. The track coach hugs Karmelo, telling him it's going to be okay. We said the crowd on his heels the full time. Yeah. He didn't leave at all. He went to the track coach and found the track coach. And then that, I guess Austin is being over here on the other side right here where we can't see being tended to. Oops. So what'd you say? SQ viewer. So real talk though. Why was he over there? Especially if his friend said he didn't know him. He did know him. His friend was lying. I don't get that part, honestly. Like they all suck. Why be in the mix? Because, again, his friend called him over there to talk. He is his friend. The friend tried to lie because the lawyers told him to in court. The lawyers told him to play down how much he knows because I'm sure they went over their relationship. And the kid was like, yo, I don't really hang with him. I hang with him when my friend and who's his girlfriend, they hang and we hang all together. I'm sure that's what he told them. So when he got on stand, he was like, I don't really know him that well. And then the defense attorney brought out all these pictures of them niggas hanging. So he was his friend. Not only that, there was a witness who said that he was sitting next to Karmelo's friend and he got up to move so Karmelo and him can talk. So Karmelo was talking to his homie, who he thought was his homie. This is why you got to watch your home, who you call your homies. But he was talking to somebody who he thought was his homeboy in the goddamn tent. But you can see he wasn't his homeboy, because at this point, let me go back. At this point, his homie is in here right here with him, but not saying, yo, leave him alone. Chill out. I invited him in here. He talking to me. He chilling. Why is that homie not saying that? Why is all of this going on, them around Karmelo, when he wasn't doing anything, but except talking to his friend? And he was in there because it's raining. But even though if it's not raining, he's not in there because it's raining. He was in there talking to the dude who was his friend, who he thought was his friend. And that's what happened. So then, they're supposed, man, what happened? What's going on right here? Hold on. Let me see what's something is going on with this damn video where I can hold on, guys. Thank you. There we go. All right. So now let's do the body cam. Now check this out. Body cam footage. So check this out.
Hold on.
So they were trying to say that he murdered him, right? But you can see how distraught Karmelo is on the body cam footage. Yo, Jeffrey Higgs, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
And Andre Fuller, appreciate you, brother.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. We're at 135 for the donation goal today. 135. Let's keep them coming, everybody. Let's keep them donations coming. You know I don't got no Patreon no more, them bitch ass people. But here we go.
If somebody's treating the victim, you need to go over there. Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for a minute. Dispatch 443. I got these suspects, and they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any questions on you like that? I'll look here.
Let me tell you something also. This is why you're not supposed to talk to the police. Karmelo ruined his case by saying it was me, not because they said this is the alleged attacker, or the guy who allegedly did the stabbing. He said, not alleged, I did it. I stabbed him, right? He said that. That was stupid because no one saw him do the stabbing. No one saw it. It was so fast, no one saw it. So if he doesn't say I stabbed him, they have a hard time proving that Karmelo is the actual one who stabbed him. And what they had was Karmelo's confession that he stabbed him. That's the only reason they know that Karmelo stabbed him, because no one saw it and it's not on camera. This is why you shut the fuck up and don't talk to police officers. Never talk to a police officer unless you know the law. If you know the law, then you can talk to police and only ask them questions. Don't answer questions from police officers. But because he told them he killed him, he did the stabbing. He said, no, not allegedly, I did it. That is what pretty much got him convicted. Because no one, when they all came in there, no one said they saw him stab him. This is why you got to shut the hell up, people, and get out here and learn the law. You're not going to be free in America until you learn the law. I hope you get that through y'all heads. You can cry and piss and scream and march all goddamn day, but until you master the rules that lock you up, How the hell do you think you're going to be free in the system? Stop being dumb. You think I'm supposed to meditate your ass? Meditate your way to freedom? No, that ain't going to happen. Oh, freedom, freedom, freedom. Get y'all motherfucking spiritual fucking Christian asses out of here. You better get down here and learn some goddamn concepts, some law concepts, legal precedents. That's how you gonna free your ass. But here we go. Get me on my shit. Pissed off y'all niggas sit up here thinking that law that you're gonna get free without doing the work. Y'all crazy. Here we go.
Wait, y'all back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Over here. Put your handcuffs for now, okay? Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now detained. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the northeast entrance. That's gonna be a gate that's wide open there, and then come to the victim from there. Alright, it's the alleged suspect. Okay. What's in there? So nothing on your person at all? Nothing. Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Okay. A little personal, okay? Just to make sure. Okay. All right. The victim's going to be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medic. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. Victim, we're in the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the late suspect.
You can see him crying. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. This is not somebody who's a hardened killer who was thinking about killing somebody before he got to school all the damn day while he was at the school track meet. In the whole argument, I'm going to kill this motherfucker. He wasn't thinking that. He's trying to tell you, nigga, don't touch me. If I want you to touch me, nigga, I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm just going to let you do it, then stab the fuck out of you. I'm not going to warn you before you do it. Yo, oops, up my bad real quick. Dwayne Hicks. Thank you, brother. And Conceptual Elixirs. Thank you, guys. Hold on. Where you at? Let me give you guys some love. Thank you, brothers.
May the force be with you.
Dwayne Hicks and Conceptual Elixirs always hooking me up. Appreciate you guys. One more. Yeah.
May the force be with you.
$265 for the donation goal. So appreciate you guys. Thank you, guys. Let's listen it again.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. Victim, we're in the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the late suspect. Already, no. We searched them. Got nothing. I don't know what happened. 413. Check the name of CPR process for witness. He has nothing. Sorry, up to you. It's up to you. Let me do one more little check of you, okay? You don't mind for reaching your pockets, anything like that? You good? Wearing some little under. No, man, I don't think so. What's your name, man? Karmelo Anthony, K-A-R-M-E-L. Have a seat here real quick, man. Watch your head. Let me check your hood, your buddy, okay? I'll tell you what, lean this way so you're not resting on your hands, okay? All right, see a little bit.
I don't think the stabbing is a racial psyop. The handling of the stabbing is a racial psyop. Yes. The stabbing is not. I don't think either one. I don't think Austin is racist. Austin had a bunch of black friends who walked up that he was walking with. He had a couple of black friends he was walking with over to Karmelo. So I don't think the Austin brothers are racist. I don't think Karmelo is racist. They're not racist. The people around this, the adults, made it racist after the outcome. After Karmelo gets seen as a good kid, you know, never in trouble, straight A student, two-sport athlete, gets seen as a violent killer. when he was attacked. And so then the faggot white people came in and immediately equated him to one of the young niggas, the YNs out here. And he's one of those violent, he's another one of those violent young, this is like, they need to all be locked up and blah, blah, blah. So the two sides, the brothers and sisters side, the melanated side, and the Caucasian side, they're the ones who made it racist. And then the Khazarians jumped on that and said, oh shit, we can pump this up. We can blow this out the water and have these niggas forget all about us because niggas are just so emotional, and so are the faggot white people. So are the faggot Caucasians. Both of those are emotional groups. And all we got to do is just turn up the emotional volume. So the handling of it, the promotion of it, the covering, the media coverage is definitely a psyop. So here we go.
A bit of blood on your hands there, okay? All right. So your first name is Karmelo? Let's see, hold on one second. I don't know yet, man. Karmelo, K-A-R-M-E-L-O. Karmelo, what's your last name? A-N-T-H. We're ready, Gwen. 10th grade? You go to Emerson? Where do you go? Centennial, okay. I'm in 12th grade. 12th grade? Okay, no, Centennial. All right, sit back for me real quick, buddy, right?
That's after the fact. Who capping? Who the fuck is this? This is after the fact. This shit was racial way before the goddamn jury selection. Who the fuck are you? This shit was racial the day this nigga stabbed him. The fuck you talking about? The day the nigga stabbed him, two sides emerged. White side, black side. The fuck you talking about? The shit didn't wait till the goddamn, what the hell you, boy, you don't get the fuck out of here. Talking crazy. Anyway, let's keep it going.
Let me run this guy real quick. I haven't talked to him at all.
So that's the footage. He was contrite, remorseful, crying. No one who seems like an actual murderer, a fucking hardened criminal murderer who was dreaming about killing them all goddamn day, which is what you need for murder. You need premeditation. He wanted to kill him, not defend himself. This is what the jury said, that Karmelo wanted to kill him over a goddamn argument about a bench. This is what these bitch ass motherfuckers said. Yeah, the whole jury was racist as fuck, for sure. But it was, the whole goddamn thing was racial way before that. But the jury was racist when they try to sit up here and think that a 17-year-old kid came to school thinking about actually killing somebody when he didn't start anything. If you're thinking about killing somebody when you go to school, ain't you starting some shit? You're not the instigator of things. If you're the one trying to kill somebody, you come to school with murder on your mind that day. You're the kid. You going around fucking with everybody you can fuck with to try to provoke him. He didn't do any of that. So, Faga is full of shit. Now, we want to see the other side of the video because there's another part of the video where they said, did Karmelo, wait, where is that video? Hold up. Was Karmelo, I mean, hold on, man. Where's that video? Saying, was he, I think it was saying, where'd that video go? So Charleston White even turned on him. Charleston White came out in favor of him. Then he turned on him like a bitch. But I want to show y'all this if I can find it. God damn it. God damn, man. So it was saying, was Karmelo set up? I'm trying, damn it. So there was a video that came out breaking off. Was Karmelo set up? Now I can't find the goddamn thing. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Did they change the video? Oops.
He's telling him like he has to follow a script. The guy with the bow tie, keep your voice. Start this off by letting you guys know that I'm getting ready to play some videos. Some of you might not have seen it in full. It took a long time for me to find this video in full because it was a live stream, but I tried to track this down and I finally tracked this down. I know the people, I know the people's names that are in this video. I know the other video that I'm getting ready to play. I know that person's background. I was trying to figure out if these were real people or hired actors to state what they stated when they claimed that they saw the video. Okay, so this particular video, what you're going to see is a live stream, a news conference of the people that are going to claim that they're advocates for Karmelo Anthony. Now, I feel as though...
So the people that you're about to see in this video said that that's not the video. The video they saw when they went and registered, you know, they requested to see the video from the school district is not the video they showed in court. It's not the same video or all of the video. They didn't show the whole thing that they saw.
Well, this is important because based off of what they claimed that they saw in the video, they were able to see the video. Based off of what they claimed that they saw in the video, there's a conflicting story going on here. Now, this is alarming. Now, that's not to say that Karmelo didn't do what he did. I'm not saying that at all, and neither are they. But they're explaining how, based off of what the video is displaying, is that he was acting in self-defense. So I'm getting ready to play this now.
Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public information request. And I think that you're not going to be surprised by what they saw, but we want to make sure that we get this information out to the public. So we'll start with T. Sturdy.
Hi, my name is actually Tony Sturtevant. Again, I was one of the ones that saw the video. It's kind of bewildering that it doesn't align with the testimony that was presented. What I saw in the video was What I saw in the video was actually more than 4 kids. There were 6 kids. Can you hold it? We can hold it. Okay. Yeah, there were actually 6 kids that walked up in the stadium. 2 splintered off. 4 went directly to Karmelo Anthony, and there was a brief conversation. You're not starting over. All right, start over. Yeah. It's good. Keep going. All right. Yeah. So again, my name is Tony Sturtevant.
Whoa. He's instructing him like he's telling him like he has to follow a script. I
was one of the individuals that put in
the full video.
Yeah. It's good. Keep going. All right. Yeah. So again, my name is Tony Sturtevant. I was one of the individuals that put in a FOIA request to see the video. What I saw was hardly different from the testimony that I heard given in the trial. There were 6 kids that walked up, 2 splintered off. I guess that part of was introduced in the trial where they went to deflect the coach. The other 4 walked directly to Karmelo Anthony. There was a brief conversation, I say maybe 20, 30 seconds, and from there, a scuffle ensued. It didn't last long. Karmelo backed out the canopy. He looked one way, looked to the left, and flew down those bleachers. Now, this is the video that was presented to us. This is the question that I have, though. Why wasn't that video presented in court? And is it the true video? Because, again, it's starkly different from the testimony given in the trial. Karmelo Anthony flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. There was maybe 2 or 3 kids that you can see kind of give chase, but Karmelo was gone, so they weren't even going to put a finger on him and touch him. Again, there was a scuffle that ensued at the top of the bleachers, and Karmelo got out of there. I don't know why that was not brought up to court. I don't know why that was shown. I don't know if the ISD gave us a bogus-ass video. I don't know, but that's what I saw.
Interesting.
Hello, everybody. I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name is T. And when I went to see the video, they asked if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before.
The information, I don't know why they're trying to abbreviate their names. Well, she said that her name is T. According to what I have, they're saying that her name is Tiffany Billions. I don't know why they're not trying to state their names here because I feel as though this is very important. If you actually saw something totally different, very important.
If you want to see it from either 2 minutes, I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name is T. And when I went to see the video, they asked if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before. So I chose 11 minutes. From the moment she pressed play, Karmelo Anthony was already sitting up underneath that canopy. And he was sitting there for at least 8 to 9.5 minutes. You see, well, I saw a boy in a black hoodie go over to him first, and then they left out of the tent. And then you see coming across the field was another 6 boys. When they got to the bleachers, one, he went out of frame, and the other one sat at the bottom. But the remaining 4, they went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And like T said before, it was a brief conversation, and then all you see is commotion. And we know from the interviews that Hunter did, we know that Hunter was, in fact, up underneath that tent. The next thing you see, you can see Karmelo, in the midst of them assaulting him, you can see Karmelo trying to back out, but he gets pulled back forward. The next thing you see is Karmelo, he comes shooting out the back.
See, this is what they're not showing you. The 6 kids that walk up. Now, they showed you that little part when inside the gate, but it doesn't really show you from the far point of them walking over to Karmelo's spot. This is what they saw at an angle from a distance. They saw the 6 kids walking in over to Karmelo from a distance. But when they showed that little shot from the gate, you can't see it like that. So this is why it's different. They showed different angles. When they went to go see the video, they said it was like 4 or 5 different angles It's like it's many cameras in the field, and they just piece together all the different angles. They showed you right here. All we saw in the video was 2 angles. They said there's like 3 more angles that you can see.
But he's still not standing. And
real quick, Billy Willie William. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Get back to hermetic laws. Man's laws will pull you off your no, man-made laws are made off of hermetic laws. They go hand in hand. And if you understand both laws, if you understand man-made law, you understand hermetic law. Really, you need to learn hermetic law first, and then we'll let you understand man-made laws even better, because the people who made laws in America or man-made laws were Masons. They were Freemasons. So they were working off of hermetic law. This is where you get this stuff from. So appreciate you, Willie Billy.
May the force be with you.
All right, here we go. Man-made laws. You need to learn man-made laws. It's not going to get you off your axis. It's going to teach you how to deal with these cats. What do you think they're doing to destroy you? They're using man-made laws. So how the hell you think you're going to defeat them? Again, as a fighter, if somebody's whooping my ass, then I need to go learn their style. Again, you didn't hear me last week talk about Fist of the White Lotus? Go watch that movie. The White Lotus Master. The nigga had the iron body technique. You couldn't touch him. The goddamn nigga who had to beat him, he had to fight him like 3 or 4 times. He had to fight that nigga like 2 or 3 times to figure out the iron body technique. Then he finally mastered it and went back. Then he mastered the counter to the style. Once he mastered his style, he had to develop a counter to that style. But you can't develop a counter to that style unless you know that style in the first place. How do I know how to defeat it if I don't know the style? So again, you have to go master their style so that you can master your own on how to defeat them.
And he had to like kind of crab crawl backwards, and he had to like jerk away from them because they still had a hold of his hoodie. He goes up a couple bleachers and he's looking around for which way to go. He runs diagonally down the bleachers and then he falls. At the time of him falling, that's when I noticed another 3 boys coming down the bleachers chasing after him. But once Karmelo got up, he took off. You didn't see him for the rest of the video. At no point in that video do you see Hunter holding his brother. At no point in that video do you see those boys ever going back to the tent and sitting down. That was all a lie. And I also have questions. I don't know how the defense did not play that video. Because when you see that video, it was self-defense. Karmelo was only 5'8", 130-something pounds, and Austin and Hunter Metcalf were 6'1", 220-something pounds. So for people to say that he should have used his hands, people can die from fights, from people using their hands.
Yes. They keep talking about he should have caught a fade. He should have caught a fair one and all this and that bullshit. No, nigga. No. You don't know. Again, go watch that movie Ender's Game. I'm about Ender's Game. That's how you touch me. I'm gonna beat the living shit out of you to make sure that you don't ever do it again. When you are the initiator of physical violence, you can't dictate how it comes back to you. Any fighter knows that, which is why most fighters don't start shit with people, because once you become truly into fighting, you know that you can't judge a person's style or skill based off of how they look. A nigga can look like, especially when you really get into it, you've been into it for some years, and you see a bum ass, not a bum ass, but a scrawny little nerdy looking motherfucker enter the gym, and you see this nigga, oh, that nigga, you'll be like, when you see him enter the gym, oh, that nigga can't fight. That motherfucker get in the ring or get to the bag and start pow, 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 boom, 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 boom. I mean, you're like, God damn. I had a homeboy named Bobby like that. That nigga, that's how I got into Muay Thai. The homie Bobby. This motherfucker used to fight in Thailand, and he was a trainer. He was a personal trainer, and I was already a boxer. I'd already been boxing, but I wasn't in the Muay Thai like that yet. And being in the ring, being in the gym, Bobby used to fucking when he used to train, used to just spar on himself. This nigga used to hop on the bag like he was a little dude. You would look at Bobby and think, I can kill Bobby. You would look at Bobby and think, I can kill Bobby. But when you see Bobby train, Bobby used to hop on the bag, the long kicking bag, it's called the banana bag. That nigga used to hop on the banana bag and hold it with his thighs, his legs. So this nigga jump on the bag and be holding onto the bag with his legs and be giving elbows to the bag. Bop, bop, boom, 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 bop, 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 bop. I'm like, nigga. I was like, nigga. So we used to train each other. I used to train him in boxing more because I was more of a striker. He was more the kicks dude. So we trained each other. So shout out to Bobby. But you can't judge a book by its cover. You can never judge a book by its cover.
And that's all I'm going to say for right now. So I want to say that this press conference is for people who saw the video, because we want to make sure that we get that information out there. The other thing is that we have noticed major disparities when we look up statistically the sentencing structures that Judge Roach sentences minorities under. There's at least a 75% disparity in the length of the prison sentence when the defendant.
No, Bobby was a white dude. Bobby was a white boy. He trained in Thailand. Muay Thai. He trained Muay Thai in Thailand. He was a white motherfucker. That's why I say you look at Bobby and think you could kill Bobby. He was a little short white dude. Look nerdy as fuck, nigga. Get Bobby in that ring or in the boxing gym. That motherfucker was a straight killer. Shout out to Bobby.
It is of color. And so this is a concern for us here in Collin County. I reside here, and so I am concerned as a citizen. If the law is supposed to be equal and everybody is supposed to be protected under that law, that means every race of people are protected, right? And so with that being said, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to express what we saw and what we're concerned about here in Collin County.
That's interesting. This is very interesting. There's more than just one news media station there as well. And this was not aired by everyone.
I actually was a licensed attorney in Collin County several years ago.
His name is Christopher King.
On a certain project. But I'm Christopher King. My handle is KingCast online. I'm also a journalist. And I have a couple things for you briefly today. I've filed my request for all exhibits used at trial. We'll see how that turns out. I mailed it in before with a self-addressed stamped envelope. Didn't get a response, so I figured I'd fly down here and file it in person this time. So after this trial, what I see as an attorney, I saw what I believe to be malpractice. And I don't know why it happened, but I will tell you a couple of quick reference points. Number one, he allowed those students young people, non-professional people, to testify as to ultimate issues of fact, such as, was it murder or not? Yes. Was it provocation? Carmelo provoked him. That's not how it works. You have to make them elocute as to what Carmelo did to allegedly provoke a situation.
That's correct.
How it works. And when you don't object to it in the cases in chief, you cannot come back later post hoc and then.
Right. How did Carmelo provoke the situation? Not after he was, they instigated, he was confronted by Austin. Was there any provocation from Carmelo before Austin walked up and started talking to him, trying to order him out of this is what you got to do? Because they kept saying, they kept wanting to get on the provocation word, because that's in the law. Again, they were trying to go to the letter of the law. You can stand your ground unless the person who got their ass whooped did the provoking. Or if the person who, excuse me, the person who did the ass whooping was provoked. So that's why they kept trying to make Carmelo the provocateur, the instigator, the aggressor. That's the two words they use: aggressor and provocateur. Did he provoke Austin? So here we go.
Ask the judge and complain.
So that means that the defense attorney was in on it.
There were also no expert witnesses produced. No use of force expert. No jury. No jury professional consultant was there that I know of. Okay, so these are all very serious questions on this case, and I don't understand it, but I don't like it, and I think this is the proverbial travesty of justice that we have just witnessed here. And there needs to be an investigation. It's not right. It's just not right. Yeah.
Thank you. So I actually speak with them.
So that's that. Now check this out. I want to show you this dude came up with a similar case. Damn it. All right, hold on. So there was this guy, his channel is Taylor House Publishing, but then there's also another cat though. So two guys came out with similar stories about these kids who did the same thing, and nothing happened to them. So watch this. I'm going to show you the first one.
All right, check this out.
For these past few weeks, y'all, I have been arguing nonstop with them folks over this Karmelo Anthony case. Whether that be on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, these people will never understand our point of view. So I'm done arguing. I want to start this video off by saying I still 100% stand behind Karmelo Anthony. If you got a problem with that, you are free to unsubscribe and not support me. I could care less. But what I want to do today is highlight a case that is very
picture, which compares the verdict.
My mom the other night, and I told him, man, let me know how things go. I'm here for him.
So this is a case very similar. Watch what the kid got. The white kid got. White kid kills the Mexican. Planned on it. They got the text. The nigga planned it and everything. Watch what happened to the white kid.
And this is his TikTok page, man. If you got some advice for him, you know, if you are a former black person that was in these white, you know, predominantly white spaces, could you give him some advice? You know, this situation breaks my heart because he's right. If he lash out, if he defend himself, you already know how you're gonna pan him out to be.
A lot of people have been commenting and DMing me this picture, which compares the verdict and sentence for Karmelo Anthony versus the verdict and sentencing for another man whose name is Kason Allison. And I'm not a lawyer, but I decided to do a little digging to see what the actual similarities and what the actual differences are between these two cases. So let me tell y'all what I found. So first, let me fill you in on Kason's actual case. So back on May 3rd, 2022, Kason Allison, who was 18 at the time, was a senior at Belton High School in Texas. It was a Tuesday morning, and around 9:47 a.m., him and another friend of his walk into the boys' bathroom at the school, and by the time Kason left, he had stabbed his 17-year-old classmate, Joe Ramirez. Now, context as to what led up to the stabbing is that prom was 4 days earlier. And while the two of them were at a prom after party, they got into it because Joe felt like Kason was being aggressive toward the prom date of one of Joe's friends. So they have this verbal altercation, and Kason claims that Joe pulled a gun on him during this altercation. But it's worth noting that a friend testified at the trial that it wasn't Joe, it was someone else.
A friend of Allison shared today that he saw someone pull a gun on Allison at the prom after party, but it was not Ramirez.
So the two of them have this argument, and afterward, a Snapchat group message is created where Kason suggests that the two of them should fight at a park. Joe apparently says he's not really down for the park, so the two of them plan to fight at the school, but they never lock down a time and a place. Now, before the day of the fight, multiple of Joe's friends testified that he told them he planned to seriously injure Joe.
Another close friend of Allison returned to the stand today discussing text messages between the two of them, and those texts contained things like Allison saying, "Bro, bring me a gun." Quote, he wanted Joe on life support and wanted to stomp his head in.
And then when the
man, what, do y'all hear this? Shit, bro. Do y'all hear this, man? But hey, y'all, we be tripping. We making it about race. We make
and Tuesday, and chat messages. They heard a voice recording of him
be tripping. We making it about race. We make everything about race.
Detectives pulled Kason's Snapchat messages. They heard a voice recording of him telling someone, quote,
"Oh, sorry, I was muted." What I was saying was this is the very definition of premeditation. In murder, it has to be something called the mens rea. Look that up. Mens rea. Mens rea means intent. It means you have to have the mental intention, thought, to be able to do this before to be a the main crime, the main crime. Like, so if it's murder, you have to intend it to murder somebody. If you didn't, it's just manslaughter. It's called manslaughter. So again, for it to be a crime, even though manslaughter is it's an unintentional crime. Manslaughter is an unintentional crime, whereas murder is an intentional crime, which is why it holds more years. So with homeboy, all the texting and talking back and forth and email, all of that shit, that's the very definition of premeditation.
We finna catch them tomorrow, and I'm going to send him to the hospital. So that all happens
and using
prom and Tuesday, May 3rd. And then on Tuesday, the school day starts. And after first period, Joe and 4 of his friends go to the boys' bathroom because that is apparently something they did every day. But this time, shortly after they go to the bathroom, the school cameras catch Kason and a friend of his also walking into that same bathroom. Now, according to the testimony from the trial, this meetup was not planned, and Joe was actually surprised to see Kason in the bathroom. Multiple witnesses who were also in the bathroom at that time testified that Kason did not want to fight at school. He emphasized they were close to graduation and he did not want to risk that. But Joe apparently wanted to fight. In a recorded interview with detectives, Kason says that once the boys started taking off their backpack, he took out a knife that he had brought to school with him and said, quote, "Don't touch me or I'll stab you." At this point, a student—
that sounds very familiar. Karmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens." Pointing out similarities, y'all.
That was also in the bathroom takes out his phone and begins recording the altercation. And on that video, he captures Joe swing on Kason lunge and stab Joe.
Then there's a scream and the video cuts. Now, following this incident, Kaysen is caught on the cameras running out of the bathroom. He ends up making it all the way to his house. But because multiple students were witnesses, they were able to tell police and officials that Kaysen was the one who did this. So law enforcement arrives at Kaysen's house within the hour, and they find him in his bathroom on the phone telling someone he, quote, did something at school and asking them to take him to Waco, Texas, another city. Police search Kaysen's house and they find the knife that he used. And although Kaysen told them he only stabbed Joe one time, the medical examiner testified on the stand that Joe was actually stabbed 4 times.
We learned there was one large stab wound across Ramirez's chest, which caused multiple injuries to both the heart itself and the left lung, as well as 2 stab wounds on his buttocks and a wound on his upper back and left forearm.
So following this case.
Now, Joe should have left. I mean, when a nigga say I don't want to fight, you leave a nigga alone. I'm in the same way on this, though. Joe should have left nigga alone. When Kaysen said, I don't want to fight, nigga, because it's too close to graduation and I don't want to fuck that up, Joe should have backed the fuck off. But Joe did not back the fuck off, even though
Kaysen was charged with murder, but during the trial, the jurors were given the option to convict him of murder, manslaughter, or criminally negligent homicide. And his jury chose criminally negligent homicide, which in layman's terms means you've committed some kind of negligent act that you didn't realize would end up killing somebody. So for this conviction, Kaysen was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Now, for the sake of full context, there was some testimony that Joe and his friends were known to get in fights and apparently known to jump people. Okay, so that's the background. Now let's do a quick run through of some of the similarities and some of the differences. First up, there's a clear difference in the history each of these defendants and their victims had with each other. Kaysen and Joe obviously went to school together and had some hostility with each other, even if only for 4 days. Karmelo and Austin Metcalf, on the other hand, had no history. They didn't go to school together and they did not know each other before that day. Next, let's talk about the planning aspect. So it's clear from the Snapchat messages that Kaysen and Joe were planning to fight. In fact, according to what was presented, Kaysen was the one who first suggested a location for the 2 of them to fight. And he communicated to multiple people that he planned on seriously injuring Joe through this fight. As far as planning on Karmelo's hand, there was no evidence presented in his trial that there were any communications or planning involved indicating that he was looking for this fight. Now, they both did have knives on them on the day of the incident that they brought to school grounds, but based on the evidence that was presented, Kaysen communicated his intention on using that knife, and there was no evidence presented that showed Karmelo communicated.
And also, I heard it was a multi-tool that was actually permitted by Texas.
So this is the thing, though. Kaysen bought the knife to school. Kaysen, they all planned it. They were talking about it, but Joe, when they was getting ready to fight, Kaysen told him he didn't want to fight. So, but Joe was like, nah, nigga, you've been with all these wolf tickets, nigga. That's Joe right there. All these wolf tickets you've been printing out, fool. What's up, bitch? So that's what Joe was on. Joe was on, nigga, talk that shit now, bitch ass mother. Joe was on some gangsters. Kaysen is like, yeah, nigga, we've been talking shit, but it's too close to graduation. I don't want to scrap right now. I don't want to do it. Joe's like, nah, nigga, you've been talking too much shit. So Joe got into it, and then Kaysen stabbed him. Now, again, if the nigga tell you they don't want to fight and you fight anyway, that's on you. What happens after that? That's on you. What happens after that?
It's like you're allowed to have that in Texas, so she maybe have miscommunicated that it wasn't a knife, but she cooking right now.
His intent with a knife. Okay, next, let's talk about the threat or warning that both of the defendants gave to their victims. Kaysen told detectives in his recorded interview that he told Joe prior to stabbing him, quote, don't touch me or I'm going to stab you. And that has a lot of similarity to what Karmelo told Austin before he stabbed him, which was, quote, touch me and see what happens. Okay, now let's talk about level of force. In Kaysen's case, there was video evidence that showed Joe punched him. And during the trial, there was testimony that that punch resulted in Kaysen having a closed head.
So they're going to say it's different because Kaysen gave an actual warning of what he was going to do. Not I'm going to kill you. If you touch me, I'm going to stab you. Whereas they're acting like Karmelo, in his mind, wanted to kill Austin. This is what they're saying, that Karmelo, in the back of his mind, the whole damn time they was getting ready to, they were in the confrontation, which was 20 seconds. He had in his mind, I'm going to kill you.
Injury. And there was also claim from people on the witness stand that when they were all in the bathroom, Joe and his friends locked the bathroom door to prevent Kaysen and his friend from leaving. But that claim was never proven. It was just something somebody said on the stand. Now, in Karmelo's case, on the other hand, there was never any consistent testimony Austin touched Karmelo before Karmelo stabbed him. Someone said it was a push. Someone said it was a two-handed push. Other people said it was a shove. And one person even said it was a lineman move. So the one thing that is for certain is that it wasn't a punch. But the one thing that's similar between the two cases is that the victims in both cases committed the first assault or unlawful touch. Next, let's talk about what happened after the stabbings. So in Kaysen's case, he left the school premises, went to his house, and officers caught him on the phone trying to get a ride out of the city. Karmelo, on the other hand, did leave the tent where this incident happened, but he was stopped by a coach where he remained on scene until police came. Okay, and now the last comparison I've noted has to do with the verdict. So in both cases, jurors had the option to convict the defendants of murder murder or manslaughter. But in Kaysen's case, they were also given the option of this criminal negligent homicide. Karmelo's attorney did ask the judge for this option, but the prosecutors argued that that should not be an option for the jury because there isn't, quote, any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. And after hearing that argument, the judge sided with the prosecutor, and so this option was not given as a lesser included charge to the jury. So, since both of these cases happened in Texas, the defendants were given the option to have the judge issue their sentence or the jury issue their sentence. In Kaysen's case, he chose the judge, who ended up sentencing him to the maximum allowed for criminal negligent homicide, which is 10 years. Karmelo, on the other hand, chose the jury to issue his sentence, and they sentenced him to 35 years, where the max was 99. Okay, so that was the jury who ended up sentencing him to the judge issue their sentence or the jury. So, since both of these cases happened in Texas, the defendants were given the option to have the judge issue their sentence or the jury issue their sentence. In Kaysen's case, he chose the judge, who ended up sentencing him to the maximum allowed for criminal negligent homicide.
Yeah, the defense attorney should have chose the judge, because the judge knows more law than the goddamn jury. And they would be able to see they have more experience with violence and physical violence and stabbings and killing, all of that. The defense attorney should have allowed the judge to issue the sentence. The judge probably would have given them the same thing. But you got all these you put your faith in all these white allegedly racist jurors, and this is what happens.
Which is 10 years. Karmelo, on the other hand, chose the jury to issue his sentence, and they sentenced him to 35 years, where the max was 99. Okay, so that's my comparative analysis, and I'm curious what you think about the similarities and the differences between these two cases.
Big shout out to her page, man. She break down things elegantly. Y'all show her some love. Now, in yesterday's video,
so then that was that incident. Now, same area, same place. Now, watch this. This is another thing. This is another stabbing or killing that happened in the same town, right blocks away from the school where Karmelo and them, the thing with Karmelo and them happened. Watch this.
Things all praises due to the Most High. In this case, is most relevant on the heels of the Karmelo Anthony verdict, because these two white kids, one of them only got 4 years and the other walked scot-free after admittingly killing the young brown man in what they're calling a D-rug deal gone bad. Now,
so two white cats kill a black dude in a supposed drug deal went bad. Now watch the technicalities of it.
I want to let you watch this video where my man breaks down the case. Then I'll be back a little bit later with some more commentary on how this justice system continuously shows us that it is just us. Just watch.
On a seemingly ordinary day in Little Elm, tragedy struck when David Noel Pleasant lost his life. It all began on a fateful Friday afternoon when police responded to reports of a shooting on the 200 block of Paladin Place. Pleasant was found lying on the ground near a playground. He was bleeding from his head, and there were 2 spent 9mm shell casings on the ground in the middle of the cul-de-sac near his body. The investigation quickly revealed that this shooting was no random act of violence. According to an arrest affidavit, a 16-year-old girl ran to the scene and identified the man as Pleasant, telling the officers he was her boyfriend. She then informed the officers that she had gone to the location to purchase marijuana. She had been trying to reach him but couldn't, so she went to the park to look for him. Little did she know that her search would lead to an unimaginable tragedy. Medics arrived at the scene and transported Pleasant to the Texas Health Presbyterian Hospital in Plano. He was placed on a ventilator as he had no brain activity. He was removed from life support and died the following morning. During the course of the investigation, Little Elm police would discover that the shooting was captured on surveillance video from the 1600 block of Knight Trail. The video showed a gray Volkswagen pull up at the cul-de-sac. Pleasant could be seen walking up to the vehicle from the playground, according to the affidavit. Pleasant is then seen entering the right rear door of the vehicle. He stays in the car for a few minutes, and then it shows him running away from the vehicle towards the playground. However, what happened next was both shocking and devastating. The driver, who the affidavit states appears well under 6 foot tall, is shown exiting the vehicle, running around the car, and he fires 2 shots at Pleasant. Pleasant is seen falling toward.
So he gets out of the car. So basically, what happened was, they come to pick up, the 2 white cats come to do a drug deal. The brother get in the car. Apparently, they ain't got the goddamn, they ain't got the weed or whatever. It's probably weed. They 17. It's most likely weed. So they ain't got the weed. So according to the Caucasian people, the brother just got pissed off and started smacking them up or whatever because they didn't have the weed. All right. Just like niggas just get mad because you showed up with no weed and he just starts slapping the shit out. All right, whatever. So even if that happened, is what they're saying. Even if that happened, he smacked him up. He got out of the car. He wasn't armed. He got out of the car, walked to the back of the car. The white kid with the gun got out of the car, went around to the back of the gun, and just shot him in the head. Now, the ass whooping was over. If there was one, the alleged ass whooping was over. Make sure my mic is on. The alleged ass whooping was over. He got out of the car, no weapon other than these motherfucking scalpels at the end of his arms. That's all he had. And because the white dudes couldn't take an ass whooping, they got out of the car and they shot him. Now watch this. Watch what they got.
Towards the playground stairs, and the driver gets back into the vehicle and takes off southbound on Night Trail. The investigation continued and led detectives to two individuals, Alec Adamson and Mason Schiller, both 17 years old at the time of the shooting. Pleasant's girlfriend, who was a minor, explained to the officers that Pleasant was going to meet a boy named Schiller to purchase the drugs. The girl further explained to police that she was introduced to Schiller by a friend at school. She only knew his first name, and she contacted Schiller through Instagram and then spoke with her friend who said his last name was something like Shilly. Little-known detectives were able to track down Mason Schiller's name based on the girl's information, being that he was a student at Frisco ISD. They contacted Frisco ISD school resource officers who provided Schiller's home address in Prosper. Detectives also learned that Schiller had previously overdosed at another address in Prosper. Coincidentally, that address was a...
So these was already little drug addict kids. They was drug addict kids, like real hardcore drugs. The brother was just doing weed.
Determined to be Adamson's residence. Using this information, detectives would go to Alec Adamson's residence looking for...
Oh, real quick. Yo, Janari Godfrey and Jaylene Brooks. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, guys. Conceptual elixirs. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Give you another one of those.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. Got us over the donation. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right.
Schiller. Upon arrival, they ended up locating the gray Volkswagen from the shooting parked across the street from Adamson's residence. Detectives would then observe Adamson exit the residence and enter a black Ford pickup driven by another male. Officers then attempted to conduct a high-risk traffic stop on the vehicle, but the truck attempted to get away and ended up crashing into another vehicle in an intersection a few blocks away. Both Adamson and the driver attempted to flee, but were eventually apprehended and taken back to the scene of the crash. The driver of the truck was a 17-year-old Prosper High School football player. A detective spoke with Adamson at the scene. After reading him his Miranda rights, he allegedly agreed to speak with the detectives. The detectives asked if Schiller was at Adamson's residence, and he responded that he wasn't sure, but Schiller had been there earlier. When the detectives started asking about the shooting, however, Adamson terminated the interview and asked for an attorney. Adamson's mother would come to the scene and actually brought Schiller with her. Once identified, he was immediately handcuffed and placed into a police vehicle. When asked, the driver of the truck told detectives that he was just on his way to a football banquet and stopped by Adamson's residence to pick him up. The driver, Adamson, and Schiller were all taken to the Prosper Police Department and interviewed by detectives and Texas Rangers. Adamson's mother asked to speak with her son, at which point Adamson allegedly told her that the firearm they were looking for was in his bedroom. Detectives would follow Adamson's mother back to their home and, with her consent, agreed to let them into the home. However, because Adamson is a legal adult in Texas and has a reasonable expectation of privacy in his bedroom, a search warrant was also obtained. Inside a closet inside of his room, police allegedly found a black Taurus G2C 9mm handgun. The firearm had a magazine in it, and that magazine was missing some ammunition. The driver of the black pickup truck was informed that he was not under arrest, and he was eventually allowed to leave. But before he left, he provided the police with some additional information.
So the driver in the car, so it's two cats in the car. One cat, he get off scot clean. One of the white dudes is completely free, didn't even get charged. Not this is he was an accomplice. He assisted the murder. None of that shit. No, he gets off.
The driver told police Adamson sent a selfie of him and Schiller in Adamson's bedroom earlier that day. Adamson then contacted the driver and asked him to come to his house, and the driver went there a little later that evening. The driver said that Adamson sounded upset and told him someone tried to rob him and that they shot him. When asked who they was, the driver said he assumed it was Schiller since he saw the picture of the two of them together that day. The driver recounted what Adamson told him about how they were assaulted and the shooting, citing details that Adamson could only know if he was present at the shooting, according to the affidavit.
Someone tried to rob you and you got out of the car and shot him. First off, you can't get out of the car and shoot somebody. You can't kill somebody for property. You're not supposed to do that unless your life is in danger when they're getting ready to rob you for the property. but you can't kill somebody for stealing property. That's not a thing. Just so we're clear, people, don't shoot anybody because your property is about to get stolen. Give up the property if you can, if your life is not in danger. Or if your life is in danger, you can't do anything about it. Give up the property. Don't kill somebody over property that can be replaced. Don't put your life in jeopardy for stupid shit.
Detectives and Texas Rangers then interviewed Schiller. After reading him his Miranda rights, he allegedly waived his rights and agreed to speak with him. Schiller said he was contacted by Pleasant's girlfriend on Instagram, wanting to buy marijuana and mushrooms for $200. Schiller said she told him she was in the shower and her brother would meet them in the cul-de-sac. Schiller said that he went to the location in Adamson's vehicle and Adamson was driving. When they arrived, Pleasant walked up to the vehicle and asked to see the product. Schiller said Adamson showed him the drugs but refused to hand them over until Pleasant paid. Schiller alleged Pleasant began hitting him and Adamson, at which point Adamson reached into his coat and pulled out a gun. Schiller then states that Pleasant exited the vehicle and started running towards the playground. He alleged Adamson exited the vehicle and fired 2 shots at Pleasant as he fled. Schiller also states that he did not know if Pleasant was shot. The affidavit states that because
so they pull out the shrooms and the weed, and they saying the dude tried to jack him. This is what it sounds like they're trying to say to me, that homeboy didn't have the money and he tried to jack him.
Adamson and Schiller were both together in conducting the felony offense of delivering a controlled substance, used Schiller's Instagram to facilitate the sale, and both were present as the murder was committed directly by Adamson when he assaulted Pleasant by shooting him. Schiller is also responsible for the murder. Adamson and Schiller were both arrested and charged with murder and received $1 million bonds. Records do show, however, that Schiller was released on February 8th, the following day of the arrest, but Adamson remains held in custody. This tragic incident left the community shocked and saddened by the loss of a young life. In the wake of this event, the community has come together to support David Noel Pleasant's family.
So Schiller, Adamson, the one who was driving, he got off. They let him out. He good. The other one, he got put in jail. I think he got 4 years. He was in, and it took like 2 years for the trial to come up. So he got 2 years. He got 2 years served on good probation. So he got out after 2 years. So was supposed to get 4, was already in there for 2, got time served and probation, time served for good behavior or whatever it was, probation. This is insane. This is fucking insane. Karmelo gets 35 years. These niggas get out of the car and shoot a nigga with no weapon, running from him. Who didn't even rob him? He didn't even get he didn't get the drugs, the alleged drugs. He didn't even get them. He just allegedly slapped them up a couple times and then took off. Now, I don't know if he snatched the shrooms or something from him and was running. That's what it sounds like. It don't sound like he smacked them up. What it sounds like is they showed him this is what niggas do in the hood. It sounds like they showed him the drugs. And that nigga snatched them and took off. The nigga got out of the car and shot him in the back of the head to keep him from running away with the drugs. That's what it sounds like. But they had to act like he put his hands on him because it was self-defense. But really what happened was they showed him the drugs. That nigga snatched them and took off. And they got out of the car because I'm sure they weren't fast enough to catch him. So they got out of the car and shot him. And the nigga get 2 years. Wow. Holy shit. And they want us to sit up here and believe that this goddamn shit is equal? Are you fucking kidding? This is why we need to take the goddamn system over. You understand? Take this goddamn system over. There's no other choice. You need to take the legal system over, people. If it's the main tool, the main vehicle they're using against you to destroy you, to keep you locked up and subservient, why would you not master that system? It boggles my mind. When I left the house and I knew that Popo was going to be a goddamn problem, I said, fuck that. After the Popo, the was going to school, going to Cal State Northridge. I was in the car with my homie. Not my homie, my cousin. But we were like homies. But I was in the car with my cousin. He was driving. I let him drive my car. He was newly out here from Arkansas, so he didn't really understand how to drive. So we were rolling up. This is, if you're from Los Angeles, you know what this is. We were rolling up Crenshaw. And if you know about Crenshaw, it's a lot of gang activity and shit on Crenshaw. We were college students. We were dressed all preppy and shit. So we didn't look like gangsters. But we were rolling up Crenshaw, and we had passed up our place. And so I told my cousin to hit a U. And it was a legal U-turn. There was no illegal U-turn signs no U-turn signs in the street. So we did it. But when we did it, police officers were passing us, and they saw us and thought we were running from them. And so they jumped out. They flagged us down and all kind of shit. And they had us hemmed up. They pulled us out of the car, had us hemmed up, had the guns out on our hand. And we ain't do nothing but bust a U-turn, everybody. That's all we did. we weren't speeding. We weren't doing anything. We busted a legal U-turn. So we took it out, boom. They pulled us over immediately. Pulled us out of the car. Driver, passenger, get out of the car, hands up, get on the ground. The guy came over there. It was like 10 cops. 7 cop cars. It was crazy. It was, I think it was more than 10 cops. That's all I saw. They had their guns to our head. I mean, right here on that move, and I'll blow your fucking head off. And blah, blah, blah. They were saying all that crazy shit. Now, I wasn't tripping because I knew we didn't do anything. So I wasn't scared. My cousin was tripping because he was newly out here from Arkansas. That nigga was terrified. But, you know, I grew up in the hood. I seen, you know, Popo all the time and shit. So I wasn't really scared of the Popo like that. But this was my first personal interaction with him. And so I didn't like that shit. The power that they had, because as soon as they found out, they ran our IDs and all that stuff. They found out we was college students and shit. They started apologizing. Oh, we're sorry. We're so sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Man, is there anything we could do for you guys? And nigga, they was ball gargling. Nigga, after they found out we was college students, we didn't do anything. They were kissing our ass so that we didn't sue. If I didn't know the law back then, if I had known the law, we could have been millionaires. If I had known the law, we could have sued the shit out of them motherfuckers and been paid. I didn't know anything about the law. This is why you need to know the law, so that you know when they violate your rights and you can go back and you can get paid. I didn't know that shit. But this is what got me into mastering the law. I said, that's never going to happen to me again. I'm never going to have these motherfuckers have that type of power over me ever again. And that's when I started studying law. So I don't understand why we're not out here mastering this damn system. Moving along. The Trump administration, he found out you niggas was trying to get some reparations. And he said, hell to the no. Yo, real quick, wait a minute. I didn't see that. Yo, Dwayne Hicks, bro. You did me good. 2 solids, man. Thank you, bro.
May the force be with you.
I didn't see that up there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother. So Trump said, you niggas want reparations? You ain't gonna get it. You ain't got it. Where's that from? If you a movie head, you know where that's from. Ain't gonna get it because you ain't got it. Come on, people. Where's that movie? What movie is that from? What movie? My camera's about to go back out. God damn it. See? Hold on. Oh, there. You got it. 5 heartbeats. You got that. Damn, you got that fast. Oh, Eddie Kane Jr. Eddie Kane. Straight up. You want my spot flash? Well, you ain't gonna get it because you ain't got it. Shout out to Eddie Kane Jr. Love that movie, nigga. That's your hood. That's your hood pass. That is a hood. If you don't have your hood card, if you have not seen the 5 heartbeats, you don't have one. You don't have a hood card. I'm sorry. You don't have your black card. You ain't seen the 5 heartbeats. You don't have a black card. But Trump found out you was trying to get reparations, and he said, you ain't Go get it. He did the Eddie Kane on you niggas.
This is crazy.
The U.S. Department of Justice has now joined a lawsuit against the city of Evanston's reparation program.
That's right. The U.S. Department of Justice, of all the other things they could be doing with their time, are focused on getting rid of a reparations program in Illinois. The reason why, they say it violates the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution because it allotted different benefits on the basis of race. This program, which is the only one in the country in Evanston, Illinois, started back in 2021 and allots $20 million to Black residents and direct descendants of people who lived in the city between 1919 and 1969, a year after redlining was legally banned. And people who face discrimination due to the city's policies or practices after 1969 also qualified, regardless of their race.
Chicago motherfuckers always shitting on the suburbs, but one suburb gave reparations to Black people recently. Evanston, the E, created a reparations program for Black residents harmed by racist housing policies from 1919 to 1969. Recipients get like $25,000. They've committed $20 million thus far. Evanston used cannabis tax income upon legalization and other city funding to pull it. Just shows you that it's absolutely possible. American politicians across the aisle love to condemn racism, then scoff at the idea of paying any fee of restitution for what's been stolen or the damage that's been done. But it isn't because it's not possible. How about not go to war with Iran? Or not buy bombs for Israel? Give that to the descendants of the enslaved people who built this country, who built Harvard, who built JP Morgan Chase. Or how about not bail the banks out? Because the banks spilled significant fortune by selling insurance against slavery. Reparations are not impossible. It's actually the only common sense equitable strategy to addressing the birth of this nation. Go to repair-is.org for more info.
Wait. So we got some devastating news for Black liberals who are now fuming over the fact that the Trump administration is moving to shut down a woke town's reparation program for Black people, right? You have this town called Evanston in Illinois, an extremely woke town. This woke town decided that they would give out reparations, race-based reparations, and they're being sued for it, okay? And the Trump administration has joined in on the lawsuit because clearly this is unconstitutional, and now you have Black liberals boo-hoo-whining and crying about it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
The Trump administration has decided to stop a local government from giving reparations to Black people. Put it in full mass. I'm going to explain what the party of small government has decided to do. The Trump
I love when these liberals pretend like they believe in small government, right? Like, and they really don't know it's based off race. Consistently been struck down over and over and over and over again. And again, it's not big government for the government to step in and say, hey, we're not going to allow it to get involved.
I want you to hear what he has to say, and then I'll follow up on what he has to say, because he actually is saying something correct.
In small government.
Of small government has decided to do. The Trump
I love when these liberals pretend like they believe in small government, right? Like, and they really don't know what small government means. Small government does not mean that the government should not get involved with a town deciding that they're going to discriminate based off race, that they're going to give out race-based remedies, which is something that has been struck down in the courts a lot, right? It's consistent.
So as you see what he just said, it's been struck down in the court. It is race-based initiatives, laws, race-based laws are illegal. You can't do it. You can't single out somebody based on race and give them something while excluding someone else. That's the very definition of discrimination, is to choose, to pick out. You can't do that by law. And so that doesn't stop governments from issuing laws, even though there are unconstitutional things. There's thousands of things that are unconstitutional, but governments will do them anyway. So when they do that, it's up to you to go back and make the government pay, whatever government's doing that. You have to sue the government, which is why you need to know the law or know your rights at the very least to know when they're being violated. Because if you don't, like me, you lose out on a gang of money. When I was 18, I was 18 when that happened. I was 18 when that police thing happened. We had guns out we didn't do anything. They had no right to pull us over whatsoever. Not for the U-turn, not after the U-turn. We weren't speeding, none of that shit. Guns to our head, knees in our back. Then you had all these Black people outside. Leave them alone. I mean, it was big, it was huge. There's a whole bunch of Black people who had bought a big ass crowd. Leave them Black kids alone. They didn't do nothing. I mean, it was crazy. We could have got so paid, but I didn't know shit about the law or my rights. So you suffer for a lack of knowledge.
Consistently been struck down over and over and over and over again. And again, it's not big government for the government to step in and say, hey, we're not going to allow racial discrimination like this in a small town where you're talking about giving out, money to people based off race, which is what Evanston is doing. Okay, they're doing it through their housing program. In fact, the federal government is arguing that the funds that they're giving out for housing actually violate the federal housing rules, right? So that is part of the reason why they're joining in on this lawsuit. But again, this is not big government, small government. This is about, hey, again, these race-based remedies are not allowed. They're unconstitutional. They've been declared unconstitutional over and over and over.
20th century, the United States' first reparations program focused on 20th century race-based housing discrimination against a Black community in a Chicago suburb. It also joined an existing lawsuit that deems the program unconstitutional. Before I get into the details of this case and the scenario that the White House has presented, I want to remind everyone that the United States of America is not against reparations. The U.S. has given reparations by way of statutory proclamation and presidential concurrence. Reparations has been issued prior. Many groups, including Jewish Americans, including Native Americans, and others.
Now, when they say reparations have been issued to these groups, that's because these are specific groups that can single out a tort, a wrong that has been done to them. You can't arbitrarily come and call yourself Black, which is not a real thing, and then say all Black people need reparations. That is so goddamn vague. No one can work off of that. Everybody Black wasn't wronged. Everybody Black is not descendants of people who were wronged. Again, you have to pick out, you have to figure out what was done to you, how it was done, and then you get restitution for that. Again, I have a video coming called Reparations versus Restitution. It's gonna break y'all off. I don't hear no more shit after this. I break this video off. Reparations versus restitution. And again, for restitution, you have to single out a crime, a tort that's been done to you. Again, the legal terminology is a tort. So you get remedy for a tort that has been done to you at law. And if you can't single it out, you can't be like, all Black people did this and all Black. Well, who? What Black people? Which Black people was done this? This was done to? Which Black people was that done to? Which Black people were this done to? Again, you're talking about Black, and Black is not a color. So which people? Were they the aboriginals of this, the aboriginals of that? You have to be, again, your status. You have to have a certain status within the law. Now, the foundational Black Americans, the FBA, they're closer to that than anybody because they put foundational in front of the word Black, which gave it a meaning. Foundational Black. See, Black means nothing, but when you say foundational Black, that means all the melanated people who were here at the beginning of the start of the country. So then you singled out a group of people. Now you have to single out what was wrong, what was done, the wrongs that were done to those people. And then you get reparations for that. But because FBA is not an organization, you can't get shit. All you can do is go around and call yourself and feel good. I'm FBA. And make you feel good or make you feel better than some nigga who came over here from Africa or from Haiti or somewhere else, that you're a foundational Black American while they new immigrants. And you acting like, nigga, we should find no way to hook up and link up and take down these other motherfuckers who don't look like us. But having said that, aboriginal is your true status in America. That's truly how you're going to get restitution. If you're able to single out your nation and how your nation, what was done to your nation, how they wronged your nation, the treaties they broke with your nation. This is how you get restitution. However, again, the FBA, if you were able to organize, you can do that. If FBA made themselves into an organization, they would be able to get paid. Restitution, not reparations. Restitution, if they were able to map it out. But here we go.
Yeah. So I don't know why these pro-reparations people continue to falsely claim that the U.S. government has given Jews reparations. That hasn't happened. That has come via Germany. Being pro-Israel or giving Israel money is not a form of reparations for the Holocaust. I don't think that counts. But so I'm not entirely sure why they continue to say that. But this is what they say all the time. Well, the Jews got reparations. And I'm like, no, they have not got reparations from the U.S. government. Not the type of reparations that Black people are looking for. Has Germany given out reparations? Yeah, sure, right? But Jews have not got reparations. Japanese people have got reparations. Native Americans have gotten some form of reparations. But again, those situations are different, right? In the sense that there's an actual.
Somebody just said FBA is trademarked. First off, you need to see that. Somebody said that. They keep saying that. I don't know that to be true at all. Whenever he uses the logo, whenever FBA logo is used, do you see the TM with a circle by FBA? If not, it's not trademark. So again, even if it is trademark, though, you can go make a nonprofit organization out of it. You can go make an organization out of FBA. If Tariq hasn't done it, any one of you who call yourself FBA, you can go and make an organization called Foundational Black Americans, because it's not a business. It's not a company, a corporation. It is a corporation, but it's a nonprofit corporation. So you're not making money. You're not doing trade. That's not what the business is made for. So it doesn't matter if FBA is trademarked. You can still go make an organization called Foundational Black Americans. Any one of y'all can do that. You don't need Tariq to do it. So I don't want to hear no shit. I already got my organization. What's your organization? Because if they really wanted to come back and give you money, how would they find you? Who would they give the money to? How would that money be organized and disseminated? No one knows. So again, you got to get out there and organize.
Narrow and defined harm to a specific group of people, okay, that was essentially race or ethnicity based, and we can actually track the individuals who were directly affected by the harm, okay? That is different than what this town is doing. That is different than slavery reparations. But fortunately for Black, that's one of the biggest issues why, I strongly suggest that these activists spend time, focus on other stuff, right?
Prohibition. At least, of course not. But reparations is not a dynamic of constitutional prohibition, at least not for the groups. But for some reason, that becomes the argument as it relates to Black people who have
because the Black argument for reparations is different than what the Japanese argument was, what the Native American argument was. That's why.
Again, the groups they're singling out, they weren't determined by color. They were determined by actual nationality. They had an actual status, something you could point to, and then a wrong that was committed to them, committed upon them, and they can single that out and say, "Yo, we need to be paid for that." Black people, Black does not a thing. Again, in law, Black is a color. And color in law means the semblance without the substance. It means you're not real. When you call yourself a color in law, you are telling the court that you don't exist. Lawfully, I don't exist. Which is why foundational Black Americans, that Black within it, it could be dispowering. However, because he put the word foundational in front of it, it singles out a certain group of melanated people. So he made it into something when he put foundational in front of it. However, go use it now. It could be the biggest organization, melanated organization in America, if you go made it an organization. So, but here we go.
Right? Like, again, every group is not the same. Every minority group that goes to the government, begging the government for money, claiming that they were harmed, they're not entitled to the money. You have to actually prove your case, right? Like, again, that's how it works. It's not all the same. Just because Japanese people got it, just because some Native Americans may have got it, that does not mean that Black people are entitled to it. That's not what it means.
Been historically disenfranchised, which is the same prerequisite for other groups to receive reparations. And yes, slave owners receive reparations as well after the Emancipation Proclamation. So the program launched in Evanston, Illinois. This was in 2021. We talked about it. It's the first and only one of its kind in the United States, allotting $20 million to Black residents, their direct descendants, who lived in the city between 1919 and 1969 and suffered housing discrimination because of city ordinances, policies, or practices. Residents, regardless of race, who experienced discrimination due to the city's policies or practices after 1969 also qualified. This is an expansion of the understanding of reparations. Reparations means to repair, and typically in the context of governmental repair. Now,
actually, it doesn't. The true etymology of reparations means to return to one's own land. True reparations means you being placed back in your status on your land. But because you guys refuse to take up the status, your true status, your ancestral status of Aboriginal, then you can't do it. You got to get restitution.
Now, there are some who will say, well, I didn't do that to them. Why should I pay for it? That's not the issue. The issue is it was done to them by way of the government. And while you may not.
No, well, that is certainly the issue, right? I mean, I don't want to pay for something that I didn't have anything to do with, right? I didn't hurt nobody, right? So I don't need to pay. I don't understand why these people are so obsessed with Black folk getting reparations. Look, man, Black people benefit. Black people benefit from government.
So somebody says, why does it say Black? Because they place you, they're trying to place you in a status that means nothing. They gave you that status. Did you give it to yourself? If you let somebody else call you something and then you stick with that, then who runs you? Who owns you? If I can name you, then I can make you pay me part of the money you earn from your own labor, which I don't own. Who owns you? Who runs you? Those terms on those papers, you can cross them out. You don't have to write Black or African American. You can put your own box. Did you know that? In those applications where it says mark this Black, African American, Indian, all that, you don't have to do none of those. You can put your own box and write next to it whatever your status is if it's not on the paper. Y'all didn't know that, again, because y'all have the sheep mentality. You think I have to do whatever the man says. No, you do not. You dictate your reality, not them.
Government handouts benefit from welfare more than any other group, right? Disproportionately, considering how 1 out of 4 Black families are on EBT, right? On food stamps. Yeah, I mean, again, to me, I just kind of feel like the expansion of the welfare state was kind of reparations for Black folks, to be honest with you. Okay. I think that was the whole point. The whole point of the welfare state was, hey, these Black Americans, they've had some disadvantages. And because of that, they're living in poverty at a disproportionate rate. Let's expand the welfare program. But it turns out that while the intentions may have been good, we didn't get the desired result. In fact, it hurt Black people. And I'm not sure that our money.
Let me get back. At that time, the government has a responsibility to right what they know was wrong. If they would have done the right thing at that time, the generational inheritance of the descendants would be quite different than they are today. That's a basic calculation. That's why you.
And let me say this: what we're talking about right now, the reparations in Evanston, Illinois. If they can find the actual people who were wronged, the descendants of the people who were wronged, then yeah, they can get reparations. But when you say Black, that's a broad term. You can't say Black. You need to say that we need to define the descendants of these of the atrocities of this policies or of these policies of those times. You can't be putting Black on shit and then act like, yo, everything is about color and race. It ain't. Who was wrong? Because if you got Africans living in the goddamn city that had no connection to the ancestors who were wrong, then why the fuck should they get money? That's just dumb. So again, you have to show who you are or tell the government who you are. Tell and show.
You must have a model that includes year to year because there has to be a known background as to when it occurred. Now you could track the individuals who were adversely affected. There's more. The city has already distributed $7 million using revenue from the local tax on legal marijuana sales to hundreds of people in the in $25,000 increments to be used for home repairs, down payments on property, and interest or late penalties on property in the city. There's more. The demographics, approximately 14% of the city's population, roughly 76,000 residents are Black. That's according to the U.S. Census, with 11% identifying as more than one race. A majority of the city's Black residents live in the city's 5th and 2nd wards, which are historically low-income areas. That's according to a 2024 study on the reparations program. So let's get back into the lawsuit. The Justice Department filed a motion to join a lawsuit filed by the conservative activist group Judicial Watch, representing descendants of people who had lived in Evanston but could not apply for the program because they were not Black. The suit argues that the racial requirement is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, a statute aimed at making formerly enslaved Black people equal citizens of the United States. Talk about an upside-down pyramid interpretation. Literally, the constitutional dynamic was meant to protect the very people that the reparations allocation is helping. It was meant to.
Yeah. And time has moved on, right? We moved on to a time where the equal protection.
So they're suing, people in the town suing and said, yo, you just can't give this money to Black folks. Like, this money ain't just for Black folks. It was other people who was wronged by these policies, not just Black people. You just can't give money to Black folks. And that's what it's being sued on. And if other people were wronged at that time by the policies, the lawsuit will win. However, if the lawsuit is only, or if the atrocities were only done to melanated people, then those descendants will win. It has to, again, it's about who was wrong. And you have to point that out within the law. It's not about your color, your race. Who was wrong? What was done to you? And what do you want for that? You have to be very specific and detailed within the law. There's a law that's called void for vagueness. There's something in law called void for vagueness. What does that mean? That means any law that's created by the legislature, by your state or the federal legislature, if it's too vague to understand the law, it's null and void. It doesn't count. Again, it's called void for vagueness. Google that term. Laws are voided because they're too vague. When they're too broad to understand, you're not specified in what you want, then they wipe them out. They say, fuck this shit. Like, nigga, what do you want? You ain't gonna tell me? All right, I'm out. That's usually what happens. So reparations. And again, I'm not going to play off. So that's that. They're not going to get it. He's just going to talk about why they feel they should get the reparations. But in the video I have coming, I'm going to break it down. Reparations versus restitution. Why you're never going to get reparations. They allow you to keep talking about it because it's the golden carrot that keeps you niggas marching down the street. But anybody who studies the law knows that it's unconstitutional. You'll never get it. White people won't tell you that because they don't want to piss you off and have you ripping up shit. They know once they tell black people that reparations is unlawful, constitutionally unlawful, they'll tear shit down. They'll rip this whole shit up. So they can't tell you that. I can't tell you that shit. Oh, nigga. Can't tell you, but nigga, if you want to keep screaming reparations, you go right ahead, my nigga. That's on you. You go reparations, brother, for sure. Reparations, brother. And while they all in the back, like this motherfucker is crazy as shit, nigga, they ain't never gonna get that shit. Reparations, brother. Dumbass niggas ain't about to get reparations. Nigga, in your face. Oh yeah. Behind your back, you ain't getting shit. So moving along, still with the political news. Supreme Court case. Supreme Court just came out with a ruling. Can y'all see that? Says, Supreme Court rules the government can't restrict gun rights for casual drug use. What is casual drug use? Weed. Casual drug use is weed. Did my shit go out again? Damn it, my StreamYards keep kicking me out, kicking my damn video out. I should be back in a second. Is the video back? All right, my video's back. All right, so here we go. So check this out. The government, this is Supreme Court just ruled. The justices cast a blow against a federal law that bars users of illegal drugs from possessing firearms. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was convicted under the same law. So this is what they got Joe Biden's son for. The law went to the Supreme Court and they said casual drug use, weed, maybe smoking a little, snorting a little coke. Nah, you good. If you're found, if you're convicted, or if you're like arrested with minor drugs or something like that, arrested for weed or something like that, that cannot prohibit you from owning a gun. So it says, on a 9-0 vote, the court concluded that the government's invocation of the law, let me go back to the top, excuse me, Washington. The Supreme Court on Thursday barred the government from restricting gun rights of casual drug users in a case involving a Texas man who occasionally consumed marijuana. See, it was all about weed. All about the weed. On a 9-0 vote, the court concluded 9-0. Like they all agreed. I wonder how many of them goddamn justices are smoking weed behind the scenes. I bet you it was a lot. I bet it's like 6 or 7 of them. On a 9-0 vote, the court concluded the government's invocation of the law fell afoul of the Constitution's Second Amendment when it was used against Ali Daniel Hamani. The law makes it a crime for any person who is an unlawful user of unlawful user of or addicted to any controlled substance to possess firearms. It is the same statute that Hunter Biden, the son of former President Joe Biden, was convicted under in June 2024 before his father pardoned him. Those prosecuted under the law can face up to 15 years in prison and a permanent ban on owning firearms. Excuse me. Federal prosecutors brought the charges against Hamani after the FBI found a handgun during a search of his home in 2022. The ruling, authored by Justice Neil Gorsuch, does not invalidate the law across the board, but it makes it harder for prosecutors to invoke it, especially as it relates to casual drug users. Gorsuch wrote that the ruling is a narrow one, but does not address broader issues raised about banning drug addicts from possessing firearms. The court rejected the federal government's claim that anyone who uses marijuana is a danger to others. You goddamn right they're not. You goddamn right, they're not. The court rejected the federal government's claim that anyone who uses marijuana is a danger to others, all based on the government's own assessment. We just think so. Like, how are people who use weed a danger to anyone else? We just think it's so. We believe it. And because we believe it, it is. Like, wait a minute, nigga. Most people get high, sit down on the couch, eat some food, and go to sleep. How the fuck is that a danger to you? How's that a danger to you? Well, give me a minute. You have anything? You got anything? Well, Your Honor, it hurts my feelings because I'm not able to sleep like people who smoke weed. So my feelings are hurt when I see someone totally knocked out, dreaming their life, just gone, dreaming their life away because of weed, and I can't go to sleep. Nah, fuck that. I'm like, wait a minute, you don't want nobody else to go to sleep because you can't go to sleep? Wait a minute, no, that don't work. It says we appreciate drugs and guns can sometimes make for a dangerous mix, but the government's reliance on historical laws that disarmed habitual drunkards, habitual drunkards misses the mark. An added wrinkle in the case is that millions of Americans regularly use marijuana, which is legally available in many states, even as it remains criminalized under federal law. Bam. So all you niggas who smoke weed and want to shoot niggas, you got a green light, buddy. Take her away. Take it away. So shout out to y'all, all you gun users and weed smokers. Usually, though, that don't necessarily go hand in hand, but a lot of niggas do in the hood, gangsters, they do smoke weed and they go shoot up niggas. So it's not really a major thing where niggas they smoke weed and don't do violence, because a lot of niggas who are doing violence in the hood are already high. When they do drive-bys and shit, them niggas are high. So it doesn't totally take away your desire to go kill niggas. So moving along. It says, Jews is not a race. Jews is not a race. Not a race either, but they came up on the name. Yep, they came up on the name. So moving along. America is dying. Basically, it's almost dead. America is about to be dead as a doornail because niggas can't read. And I mean, when I say niggas, I mean all niggas. White niggas, Indian niggas. Well, not Indian. Indians probably can read. But Indians and Asians, Indian niggas and Asian niggas, they probably the ones who can read. But I'm talking about white niggas, Mexican niggas, black niggas. But Indians and Asians, they're pretty good. But niggas cannot read. And it's a major problem. Because hold on, where did it go? Because this is the future of America. And if niggas can't read, then what the hell are we doing? Hold on. Damn it. Where is that video? Hold on, y'all. God damn. I'm always losing my videos. Hold up. It should have been in here too. Hold on. God damn. Oh, here it is. Wait a minute. No, that ain't it either. God damn. Seems I have lost the video once again. God damn. Always losing my videos. Hold on. It's in here somewhere. Let me find that damn video. I had it since last week. God damn. Oh, here it is. All right. Check it out.
Read the index card. The DOT had a promotion. Read the index card.
Now, when I say niggas can't read, I'm really serious. Like, this is a major problem. One of these videos are going to be UCLA students. This is not in this video. I'm going to show you another one. But in one of the videos, UCLA students can't read.
The DOT had a promotion of the independent Accolade Smile event. Hold on. Yeah. What does it say? The Diddy had a promotion of the independent.
He said the Diddy. The Diddy had a promotional. He said the Diddy had a promotional. Oh my God. And this nigga's having kids, and his kids are the ones in school who can't read. This nigga can't read. The Diddy had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event. You can't read that? Jesus Christ. That's a what? How many words is that? 7, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 words. And not big words. Like 3, 4 of the 10 words are small, little, tiny words.
What's this Calislave's Mike event?
She wear a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary but somewhat gauche.
But the Diddy had a promotion of the impending catastrophic event.
It starts at home. It starts at home. It starts at home. Well, what if they can't read at home too? Just about a month ago, a viral trend was going around where a kid took a note card to his classmates and asked them to read a sentence that most high schoolers should know how to read. It went viral for their inabilities to read it properly, sound things out, and people were questioning the school systems and what's going on with the youth of today. And the age-old sentiment of it starts at home came up again. But nobody really asked, can the people at home even read?
The deity had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event. The deity had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event. Me, academic, and vision with you got everything big over the ethical drawing restriction they add to perfectionist preparing.
People are always, and I do mean always, criticizing kids for sticking their heads in the phones, the tablets, not being able to do simple math, not being able to read. But I'm here to tell you, those same kids grow up and they have kids. If you couldn't read as a kid, then you damn sure won't be able to read as an adult. And that same index card phenomenon that swept the nation that proved that kids can't read is proving that adults can't read too. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's going to go a long, long way for the channel and a long, long way for the community. Here, I'm going to put an index card here with a little sentence. And if you can't read it, you've got to hit subscribe. And we're going to bring you along this literacy journey together. Now, back into the video. I'm going to keep it 100. I'm going to laugh at a couple spots in this video, but I don't think that drinking, smoking, and voting in an election, those people were 1 to 2 years removed of being 18 years old, and they had the reading level of somebody who was in 5th or 6th grade. Now, surely they wouldn't be able to catch up on the grade level that they were supposed to be reading at upon graduation. So it becomes abundantly clear that it's not just the kids who have some sort of issue when it comes to reading and writing and literacy skills. That same 17-year-old that couldn't read an index card that was on a 10th grade level yesteryear is going to become an 18, 19, 20-year-old who can't read that same index card tomorrow. What I'm trying to get you to understand is if you go outside, studies say that 54% of U.S. citizens can't read above a 6th grade level.
54%. This is America. This is the future of America. 54% of adults have literacy. Literacy below 6th grade level. 20% are below God damn. 20% are below 5th grade. Low levels of literacy cost the U.S. up to $22 trillion per year. Or is that 2.2? That's a point. Sorry, that's 2.2 trillion. I was like 22. So 2.2 trillion. 34% of adults lacking literacy proficiency were born outside the U.S. So most of the immigrants, a lot of the immigrants over here.
1% of these same people are functionally illiterate. Guys, the adults can't read.
Mandatory thesauruses and dictionaries for everyone. Cataclysmic, deity, premonition. I don't understand why we don't understand those words as adults. Now, maybe middle school, elementary, that'll be a fun little challenge. But as an adult,
I know the guy's name, but he's been going around having people read. And I'm just like, bro, the literacy rate in America is
just astonished that people attempt
like, how you can't read that?
Being an American that can actually read above a 4th grade reading level is becoming almost a non-existent thing. The literacy rates in America are absolutely disgusting. I think it was 40 or 50% of adults can't read above a 4th grade level. These people are like teachers, doctors, parents. They're raising kids and they can't even help those kids learn how to read because they themselves don't know how to do it.
The thing about kids not being able to read is that it's easy to ignore. They're in a high school or middle school classroom. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to you. You go to work, you go and get some food, you go back to work, you come home, you watch your TV shows. But ultimately, if little Tommy is not able to read, then it really doesn't matter to you. The problem is that these people are growing up to be functioning members of society. That's probably why you're seeing a lot of issues in the customer service industry when you go to these gas stations and have to deal with cashiers, or when you can't get your damn correct change at a fast food drive-thru. The reason why is because these people simply can't read, write, or do math.
Hi, can I get 2 cheesy bean and rice burritos and 2 spicy potato tacos, no lettuce, extra Chipotle? Thank you. Hey, yeah, the change was $9.74, but you only give me 55.
Yeah, because we don't have we don't have quarters, like we don't have pennies.
You don't have dimes?
No, we just have cents and but I give you.
So because she don't have quarters, she gonna short her 24 cents. She gonna short her money. Or however much it was. Look at this. I'm gonna give you the change was $2.74, but she said you gave me $2.55.
We don't have
Thank you. Hey, yeah, the change was $9.74, but you only give me 55.
Yeah, because we don't have we don't have quarters, like we don't have pennies.
You don't have dimes?
No, we just have cents and but I give you
or nickels? Like we could have got closer to 70 at least. Okay.
Here you go, Queen.
Y'all tell me you only have
so if anybody tries to teach you and say we don't have pennies, they need to round up. They don't have a right to cheat you out of money. They can give you more money back, but they cannot give you less money. Whatever the price is, they have to charge that price and either give you the exact change, or if they don't have the exact change, they need to give you more. They need to round up, not down.
1 nickel back there? This is 65. I need at least 1 more. You don't have another nickel.
Queen, what you want to do with a nickel?
I'm going to go pay for my Dunkin' Donuts is what I'm going to do with a nickel. No, listen, the difference between 55 and 74 is 19 cents. I understand you're not going to give me 19 pennies, but like we could at least get to 70. Thank you. The way I had to beg from my change.
Wait, doesn't a cash register tell you?
So didn't want to give her 2 dimes because it would be 1 penny over than what she was supposed to give. So give her a whole 20 cents less. Homegirl tripping. So it's not just the adults. It's not just the adults. Check this out.
I am genuinely terrified for the next generation of kids. And you have to look me in the eye and tell me you're not when you find out that Gen Alpha doesn't even know their own name. Teachers.
Now you're going to see, this is why, as we just saw before, the parents can't read. So if the parents can't read, again, and really quick, if you're a parent, your child should be able to read before they go to kindergarten. Period. Your child should be able to read before they go to kindergarten. You can read, a child can read at 2. When they start talking, they should be able to read. Again, a child, when they start talking, the child should be learning to read. Once they start talking, it should be simultaneous. You should really be reading to them before they're able to talk so that they're formulating the words in their head. So when they're actually able to talk, they can start talking even better within the first few weeks because they've already been formulating words in their head. So again, this is what's happening to the future. This is why America has no future, or the future looks super bleak for America.
Are calling parents to remind them to teach their children their name.
Parents, I am a kindergarten teacher, okay? Please start saying your child's legal name that's on their birth certificate before they start school. Do you know how many children do not know their name when you're calling them on the roster because you've been calling them little man, princess, somebody? Call them by their legal name if they're going to start school.
Flying cars, they said. A teacher commented a mother asked him to call her son Papi. Ma'am, he's in 3rd grade. He should know his name is Billy. When I was in 3rd grade.
Call my son Poppy. Not by his actual name, because he don't know his actual name enough to answer by it. I gotta call him Poppy. No. God damn it. This is insane, man.
Grade, we'd always prank each other in class. Like my friend would always ask me to spell I-cup. Do you remember that? But Gen Alpha could never do that prank now because they can't spell anything. Look how this Alphaite's dream is to become a rapper. But she realized spelling is a requirement for that job.
What you say?
I'm serious about rapping. You're just sitting here on your phone, just scrolling. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out what to write. And you know I don't know how to spell.
Okay, so what? Okay.
Hey, my feet dumb, my nails dumb, my feet dumb.
She trying to be a rapper, but don't know how to read writer's spell. This little girl should, look at this little girl. She is absolutely old enough. She should be writing books. I know little girls who are old enough who this age. My sister, when she was this age, was killer. My little sister went to private schools. Her whole game. When my little sister was this age, my little sister's killing it right now. Shout out to her. She making paper. Hey, let me hold some, girl. Out there in Atlanta, making all that goddamn money. Give me some. Give me some of that money. But when my sister was this age, she could read anything. This is insane. My sister was doing bookkeeping when she was 16. My sister was doing bookkeeping for big corporations at 16. The fact that this little kid can't even write a rhyme, that's insane.
My nails done.
So that's what you want to write. So what's the name of the rap gonna be?
Everything done.
Everything done.
Wanting to be a rapper but not knowing how to spell is like FDR wanting to teach dance lessons.
How you spell official? F-O. Zero.
And then these Gen Alphas who can't read make YouTube videos, like when they say they're on day 2 of raping Eminem. Someone commented, justice for Eminem. I'm so sorry, Marshall, that this child has been raping you. But the statistics that are coming out for Gen Alpha are terrifying. The National Assessment of Educational Progress reports that 2/3 of Gen Alpha students are reading below grade level, and that more than 1/3 of 4th graders can't even read at all. And the worst part is the chance that a child who struggles to read will become an adult who struggles to read is 72%. And something I never knew is that for the first time ever, the National Literacy Institute is reporting that 60% of Gen Alpha's behavioral problems, are you ready for this, happen during reading assignments. Because these kids get so frustrated they were never taught how to read and don't think they ever will. And this is happening to everybody. It's not just Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha has just gotten the worst of it. Because
so kids are lashing out during reading hour because they don't know how to read. They get frustrated, and then kids only know how to be emotional, lash out emotionally. So this is why the whole system is going to shit. This is why these kids are emotionally upset and distraught and can't focus and got ADD and all that. It's a cycle.
When the people around Gen Alpha can't read either, there's no hope that anybody will be able to teach them. Like, watch this video and tell me if you think they would be able to teach Gen Alpha how to read.
Read the index card. The ARCA.
Are you kidding me?
The archetype.
The archetypterial. This nigga said the archetypterial. Melanated people, our stock is plummeting. American stock is plummeting, but I don't give a shit about that right now. Melanated people, our stock is plummeting faster than just the American stock. This is embarrassing. That is insane.
Deuterium? That sounds like a new chemical element scientists developed to save Gen Alpha when all of Gen Alpha is forced to go live in the state.
I can't say that word too good, but it's reconciliations. Reconciliations. I can't say that word too good, but it's
reconciliations.
Reconciliations. Post-reformation project required.
Oh my God.
McCatteris, planning and substitutional.
McCatteris and substitutional. Oh my God, y'all. Fundamental. Holy shit. You can't read the word funding, nigga? And black people expect to fucking get somewhere in America when you just are oblivious to education? You don't give a shit. Fuck education, but I'm about to get paid. America gonna work for me. I don't need to know shit, but America gonna work for me. Are you in, boy? Goddamn.
Nice.
I can't say it, but vulnerability. Vulnerable. And emotional, accountability. I just can't say the word, but I know the word.
You know the word, though. Y'all can tell you know.
Him telling you he knows the words is as believable as Ricky telling you he's having twins.
Right.
Sound.
Light might have got you.
Light might have got- yeah,
about a little bit.
okay,
It's
okay.
about a little bit.
Huh.
Ta.
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 Ta. On your mark, get set, go. Sound. That time sound.
Nobody jump.
Nah, it was sound.
Oh my God. These people are so stupid. What is faster, sound or light? What is faster, sound or light? Y'all know what light speed? Light speed is like 180 something thousand miles per second. Sound is like, to break the sound barrier, you only have to go 713 miles per hour. These dumbass niggas should know that. This should be some basic shit that you know.
It's definitely sound. Man, we got Albert and Einstein right there. Also, I have a huge announcement that I'm saying for the first time. Hit the link in the description. First place. I hope you don't have to find.
Black, or do they see nothing? Google it, Bilo.
Did y'all see what this nigga did? They wanted to find out something. So this nigga Googled Google. The nigga Googled Google so that he could look something up. He was already on Google. But the nigga put in Google so he could bring up Google to look up. Oh my God.
So remember more and more. Scream and finally got suspended.
Anaya, who ends up punching, that's the top of her head right there in the red. And you're going to see his head move back right there.
I did speak to the mother
What she
right
said?
after this took it's all my fault. I called her daughter this. I called her daughter that.
She said it's your fault?
Yeah.
Shut the f up talking to me. Boy, get the f off me. You weak as fuck. Oh my mom.
Videos like that are happening because parents' immediate reactions when their child does something wrong is to blame the teacher, just like that girl's mom did. So the child just gets worse and worse and more out of control. And so of course they'll never learn to read because they can do whatever they want. And learning how to sound out words in the Magic Treehouse books isn't at the top of their priority list. Because it's not just that girl. Look at how this Gen Alpha jumped out of his school bus.
This bus driver's crazy. Well, you're gonna get yourself in more trouble.
So many Alphites are now physically attacking their teachers, making them terrified to even come to work. Because this all starts with kids not asked to show any discipline or focus or even learn in class. Because to tell you the truth, at some level, I've talked to some of them. These kids know they're not going to.
So I was trying to find the part in here about the UCLA student. So there were some UCLA students in here. He not just showing black people, melanated people. He's showing everybody. He goes to UCLA, and I don't know where it is in the damn video. I don't think I'll be able to find it. But he goes to UCLA in the video. Well, watch this one.
That sound like it got a ring to it.
Martin Luther King was named Michael, but then his father took him on a trip to Germany where he learned about father of the Protestant Reformation, Martin Luther, and was so inspired for 5 years. And he goes, no.
He had a dream.
Yep. Well, about what?
His life.
Yep.
No, wasn't it congregation?
Congregation.
You know, I just hated it.
Hold on.
Sir, I think we should all look up in 20 seconds. The timer said 6:27.
Nice. At least he can do proper math. He'll be getting a Fields Medal.
While going over industrialization, I taught the kids what telegraphs were, and one of them said, "Mister, is that what you used to use to talk to Feinschites?" I'm 22. At 7 in the morning, a student asked me what 35 plus 32 was. I didn't think about it, and I answered.
Another Fields Medal winner for you, but not for this girl.
If you were born 10 years ago, how old would you be today?
No, man.
13.
10 years ago. So if you were born in 2012, how old would you be?
13.
Yes. How many days make up 1 year?
Do you think your friend realized that chick's like
Yes.
a complete bozo?
I think your friend.
Nope. Oh no.
So I can't find, I'm looking on by you guys. I was showing you guys. I can't find the UCLA one. But people at UCLA, now the reason that matters is because UCLA is one of the most prestigious schools in the world. one of my clients, my ex-client, she was the vice president of UCLA. I used to train the vice president of UCLA. She was the third one in charge of all of UCLA. And she was like, she used to tell me how hard it was for the admissions. It was harder to get into UCLA than most Ivy League schools. She was on the admissions board into UCLA. Now, I can't find the cats that are on here, but the cats that are now in UCLA, they letting in UCLA, can't read those basic little cards that they were putting up. That's all they showed them kids at UCLA, and they couldn't read those cards. I'm like, how the fuck did you get into UCLA, one of the the most prestigious academic schools in the country, in the world, and you can't read 5 words? Yo, America's doomed. America is motherfucking doomed. For sure. just so you know, America is motherfucking doomed. But moving along, the Skittle people were skittling this week. The Skittles were skittling. So we do have some Skittle news. I usually didn't have any Skittle news, but the Skittles was tripping this week. So because the Fruitopians are mad because of the decline of Fruitopianism in the world. They're tripping. They're really going through it. No, hold on. Where is the video? So here it is. Just the one thing Trump did that was good. And so in Pride Month, nobody's really celebrating Pride that much. Basically, the foundation has been taken out from the Pride movement. That was because of Trump when he came in. So again, you got to be an umpire. You got to call balls and strikes. So he took out the foundation of the Fruitopian world. Hey, good. I'm cool on that.
Is my son coming to Pride? No, I don't think it's appropriate. You know, my fiance's trans, and I've had talks with him about gayness. 2 dads, 2 moms, love is love. Love is not the issue. It's the drunk, naked people. And West Hollywood Pride gets crazy. People get drunk, pull their out, shake it around. Yo, that's cool. You do you, boo-boo. I just don't want it around my son.
I've been saying for a while that I think that there needs to be a family-friendly Pride that happens like more in the daytime and then have more of an evening, nighttime Pride where kids don't attend. Because I agree with what he's saying, and I think that there should absolutely be a parade to let your freak flag fly. I'm not against any of the stuff that happens at Pride. I just think that there are a lot of LGBTQ plus families. There are a lot of queer people in the community where they can't bring their children to Pride or they don't want to because it is pretty sexualized. And I'm not saying that it's wrong to be sexualized. I'm just saying that it does kind of suck, you know, for children who grow up with 2 moms or they grow up with 2 dads and they want a place where they can celebrate their parents' love. And there's not really a lot of places for them to do that when they're younger.
Can y'all hear me all right? Y'all hear me all right? Y'all hear me all right? I'm Peppermint and I am so excited to be here for Mayor Mamdani's very first ever New York City Pride celebration as mayor.
Happy Pride, everyone! As a first step, my administration has made a $15 million investment in gender-affirming care.
$15 million the Fruitopians get. For what? Ain't nobody hurting them. They're not marginalized. They can do anything in the world, in America, that anybody else can do. What the fuck? Ain't nobody killing them. Ain't nobody persecuting them. But you get him $15 million. Why? He's trying to promote that shit. I think he may be Fruitopian on the back end. Pun intended. He may be back-end Fruitopian.
Over the next 2 years. And we will continue to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that trans and gender non-conforming New Yorkers can live with dignity, safety, and freedom they deserve.
Boy. So we got to talk about some devastating news for the mainstream liberal media, the Democrat Party, and the cultural Marxists, the far leftists, during this Pride Month. Okay, as Americans are not supporting Pride the way that they used to. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys.
So they're not supporting Pride, but again, that's due to Trump. Now this is MSNBC. This is what used to be MSNBC. These are the hosts in the Democratic world that they want you to look up to and think men are supposed to watch this motherfucker and follow this shit. In the Democratic world, this is what you want. This is what you calling the leadership of the Democrats. It's truly the Democrats. You are never getting masculine men, straight men back when you promoting this shit.
We will see you do that thing. But
Pride events across the country are having to scale back or even outright cancel for political and economic reasons. And as Kara St. Cyr reports, that was almost the case for SF Pride, too.
Plunged into financial uncertainty, many feared 2026 wouldn't see another Pride parade.
You know, I couldn't think more than a day at a time last year.
But no one worried more than Suzanne Ford, executive director of San Francisco Pride.
Suzanne Ford?
It was so much stress.
Suzanne looked like a linebacker for the 49ers. He's like Romanowski. That's like Bill Romanowski. What the fuck? Suzanne looked like Suzanne Romanowski.
Yes. And so much about survival.
Several big sponsors pulled out of last year's parade, and the city cut back on funding, putting San Francisco Pride about $200,000 in the hole. But Ford says 2026 will look different.
Hi, how you doing, darling?
Better.
I think we're in much better shape this year. I'm really feeling optimistic. I think we're ready to start building something at San Francisco Pride instead of surviving.
Phoenix Pride, the nonprofit behind the Valley's October Pride Festival and the Rainbow Festival in March, they are filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Fox 10's Andrew Christensen is with us in studio tonight. Andrew, they're asking the community for help.
Yeah, they definitely are. Well, Phoenix Pride tells me right now they're looking for new backers. Leaders say a drop in corporate donations, blaming the current political climate and companies scaling back DEI policies. Those are just some of the reasons why they're in this situation. You can call this really a harsh financial reality check, of course, especially with Pride Month this month. For more than 40 years, Phoenix Pride has been a mainstay in the Valley.
Phoenix Pride is still here. We're still supporting our community. We are still operating.
Pride President Daniel Ekstrom says rising prices to operate and the current political climate have impacted them.
Since the administration took office, we've seen a really sharp decline in a lot of our support, a lot of our sponsorship.
Phoenix Pride already cut about 22% from its budget.
They're operating as business as usual. Obviously, the board is looking at different things to scale back.
As a 501c3 nonprofit, the majority of Phoenix Pride's money comes from sponsors like Stacy's at Melrose, a Phoenix gay community bar.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Okay.
Everybody's off the rainbow train. Now here's this dude. This is the dude I'm going to show y'all right here. This the nigga who's on. This guy is on MSNBC. He's the main anchor for MSNBC.
That's an office in the whole country was woke.
After years of steady growth, American support for LGBTQ issues is falling. That is according to a new Gallup poll, which shows a decline in support for same-sex marriage and transgender acceptance among US adults.
This is a time for us to pay attention, but to not run and panic.
She says the current political climate is having a real impact on the LGBTQ community.
Look, I'm a Black queer woman in the United States of America, and even though things are challenging right now, this is still the best that they have ever been.
The survey was conducted in May, and it found that 65% of US adults believe that same-sex marriage should be legal. That is down from a record high of 71% in 2022. It's also found that 62% of Americans say gay or lesbian relationships are morally acceptable, and that's the lowest level since 2016. When it comes to transgender issues, support is also falling, with just 38% saying that transition is, quote, morally acceptable, and that's down from 46% in 2021. Gallup says much of the recent decline is being driven by Republicans. Just 37% now say that same-sex marriage should be legal, while Democrats' support for same-sex marriage has remained unchanged since 2022 at 87%, according to the poll.
I've covered LGBTQ rights for years now, and community leaders have told me they're finding this a particularly tough moment.
Yes, there's a fight in front of us right now, but we can't give up and we won't give up because we know that staying in this fight means that the next generation can have even greater liberties and protections than we enjoy today.
Did you know? And that's why, see, this right here, this trans youth
means
bullshit,
that the next generation can have.
That right there is why nobody fucking with y'all. Ain't no such thing as trans youth. When you went after the kids, you fucked your whole movement up. And they had to go after the kids because eventually their community will die out because they can't reproduce themselves. So they have to colonize your children's minds. So when they started this shit, this is when they started dying out. And shout out to, again, the Trump and them, they gutted that whole goddamn movement. They gutted that movement. To me, those numbers were still a little bit too high for me, way too high. But, you know, you got to take the bad with the good and the good with the bad. But then the other sign that nobody fucking with them was the baseball team. Yeah, where's the baseball team? The baseball team forfeited the game because they tried to make them wear Fruitopian outfits. So the whole team said, fuck that. We not doing it. You're not gonna make us Fruitopian off this year. We're not doing it. We're not having it.
The Central Pennsylvania baseball team is forfeiting their game tonight after the team says that several of the players refused to wear the Pride-themed jerseys that they were supposed to wear for tonight's Pride-themed event. Feel free to pause it here if you want to read the full statement, but the York Revolution did put this out last night, saying that it is with great disappointment that changes are going to have to be made to the annual Pride Night. And they say, quote, "This decision was not reached lightly, but unfortunately several of our players have refused to wear the scheduled Pride Night jersey, and the club decided that hosting the event is more important than forcing players to wear jerseys they are not comfortable with and playing the game." And then the York Revolution goes on to say, "To be clear, this action by the players is completely inconsistent with our vision as the most welcoming place in New York. As a small token of our regret for the last-minute change of plans and support for our LGBTQIA+ representing partners, we're making a $10,000 donation to the Rainbow Rose Center." The Rainbow Rose Center is an organization based in New York that does offer support to the LGBTQ+ community. This is quite the controversial topic right now because you have people on one side saying that they believe the York Revolution should have forced the players to wear the jerseys. It's just one night. It's a show of support for their LGBTQ+ community. But then you have people on the opposite end of the aisle saying it's freedom of speech. The players shouldn't have to wear these jerseys if they don't want to. And a lot of people are comparing it to saying, well, if you have Trump jerseys, should the players have to wear them then?
Imagine York, PA making the news for homophobia. Today, the York Revolution minor league baseball team decided they were going to cancel their Pride Night.
They're comparing wearing Trump jerseys to LGBT jerseys. They're comparing wearing a Trump jersey, you know, and if I protest, excuse me, if my politics are against Trump, is that the same thing as my politics being against the zesty fruitopian community? And can I promote my views either way? Can I espouse my political views either way, with Trump or with the zestiness? And they like, nigga, no, only with the zestiness. Only zesty protests here.
Night game because a handful of their players are homophobic. Instead of benching and penalizing the people refusing to wear the Pride t-shirts, I guess because they're afraid they're going to catch it, I don't know, they decided to cancel, forfeit the game, and donate 10 grand. Why did you not put those players on the bench and hire other people for their position? Maybe some gay baseball players. You could have reached out to the Harrisburg Gay Men's Chorus and found somebody.
This is the stupidness, the stupidity that comes out of their mouth. Why don't you bench those players and hire some gay players to play? Just like because they gay, they automatically know how to play baseball. And then we can just go out and find gay baseball players to fit the position. These people are insane. They want to be put on a pedestal. They don't want to be an equal part of society. They want you to fucking revere them for their choice to be themselves. Nigga, everybody choosing to be themselves for the most part. You ain't special. The fuck out of here. So they want the baseball players fired because the baseball players said, fuck you. The baseball players said, we ain't fucking with you. Kick rocks. We not doing it. And you got to say, shout out to the baseball players. Shout out to them baseball players, goddammit. They like me. And you know, every time they wear that shit, they don't want to do it. They have to do it because they think they're going to be fired or suspended or whatever. But they don't give a shit no more. They like, fuck it. And it probably was so during the whole Biden administration. But during the Trump administration, if they got suspended or fired for not wearing LGBT stuff, Trump would plaster that all over the news for weeks, months. They would get such a backlash. They can't do it now. So players have some power right now going against the zesty crowd, the zesty mafia, the fruitopian mafia. So moving along in the science and the weird, only got a few things in the science and the weird. There wasn't a lot of stuff happening in the science and the weird this week. But there was one. The United States, they put together UFO Council to advise how to disclose alien existence. Let's see if I have that video. They put together a UFO Council to discuss alien existence. Hold on. Let me see if I got that video. I should have it. Damn it, where'd it go? You're losing all my damn videos. All right. All right, here we go. Can you guys see? Oops, hold on. You guys can't see. Hold on. There we go. And then you lost me though. See the camera, it goes out whenever I show you guys a video. But here we go.
Now starting its own UAP. Well, things are definitely getting serious with the U.S. government now starting its own UAP Science Advisory Council. And who's the head of it? An Israeli physicist that talked about 30i Atlas. Isn't that interesting? As of course, he just came out and laid out his mission for, quote, national security, as there's a lot of fake news being spread, even by TMZ.
The advisory council is supposed to advise on how to disclose alien existence to the people so that motherfuckers don't go crazy. But people don't care. People don't really care. But they don't care because I don't think they really understand how real it is. If they roll Glock out in this bitch, then we're going to have a problem. If Glock roll out here, we got a major fucking problem.
And other news organizations about this particular topic that we've been talking about for a very long time. There's a lot of twists and turns, a lot of different rabbit holes happening here, and we are going to get into all of it, not just the craft retrieval program, but also the human alien alleged gene splicing experimentation that has been happening, crossbreeding aliens and humans. Is that really what's going on? That's something that Avi has actually entertained. We're going to get into that and a lot more all here on this independent media broadcast. If you appreciate that, subscribe, click the notification button. We greatly appreciate all the time that you spend with us. Now, again, lots of crazy stuff out there regarding aliens. Some of it is just fake. Some of it is artistic recreations that the government is posting as if they were real without any context, and then later providing context to it. It's like, what are we doing here? Why is this taking so long? As just a couple days ago, I interviewed Timothy Alberino. I did a 1 hour long show with him on this broadcast. I think it's one of the most definitive type of, I'm biased, one of the most definitive type of interviews on this topic that talked about all the comprehensive possibilities here that really went really deep down the rabbit hole. Go check that one out. Now, they just established their UAP Science Advisory Council that is focusing on extraterrestrial life, led by Israeli physicist Avi Loeb. Now, of course, we've been talking about Avi here for quite a long time. Some people see him as a disinformation artist. Some people see him as a brave scientist that's willing to actually...
First of all, this dude can't read. His name is Avi Loeb. He keep calling him Loeb. Dr. Avi Loeb, Harvard theoretical physicist, founder of the Galileo Project, former chair, blah, 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 blah. And this is goddamn. This is tapped. All this damn, we don't need his whole goddamn background. This whole paragraph is about his background before it gets to the part of tapped to lead the new UAP Security Advisory Council appointed by the White House, Arrow, and ODNI. Dr. Regina, what is this? Sarmiento, Galileo Project researcher whose work focuses on AI assisted data analysis and management, joining the council to apply machine learning techniques to UAP data. Goddamn, I can't read either. Professor Gary Nolan, Stanford pathology professor and molecular biologist, co-founder of Who Cares, bringing expertise in molecular biology and material science to anomaly investigations.
To get into hypotheses about, but what security here is the government called to this team, the A team, that's going to be prioritizing national security here. As the government just a couple days ago released their third batch of files. Again, the release of these is inconsistent. The only thing consistent is that sometimes it comes out on a Friday. We keep being promised more. Members of Congress keep talking about how the deep state keeps preventing a lot of these major disclosures. We got a lot of video footage of orbs. A lot of people are making connections to these orbs and orbs motherships too that triangulate together allegedly here. As Steven Spielberg just came out with his movie Disclosure Day, as he talked about how this could be a threat against Christian belief. The New York Times just kind of followed in with their opinion piece, right?
So Steven Spielberg said aliens have visited the Earth before. Who told him? Hold on, I don't know how this is coming out. Hold on, guys. My camera. There we go. Like, holy crap. Like, why is my camera? All right. So Steven Spielberg said there were aliens have visited the planet before. Who told him that? He's for sure. Aliens have visited the planet. Who told Steven Spielberg about the aliens visiting the planet? And then in the movie, somebody said the movie was crap. Who just said that? About the Stranger Things. Oh, yeah, right here. Stranger Things is better than Disclosure. All the hype for crap. It does have sloth if background info though. Oh, a sloth of background info though. Still crap show. Yeah, though it has only if you don't know shit about aliens, you've never been on it before, may you be introduced to something slightly brand new. Like even people who don't know shit about aliens, there's nothing in that movie for them. But if you've been studying this stuff, this movie is crap. However, I think the whole movie, Disclosure Day, because when the whole movie really comes down to the last 10 minutes of the movie. Really, the last 10 minutes should have been the first 10 minutes of the movie. But in the last 10 minutes of the movie is when they show all the disclosure shit, the footage. I think some of that footage that they showed in the movie was real. That's what because otherwise the whole movie doesn't make any sense. Otherwise, the movie makes no goddamn sense whatsoever because it doesn't show you anything. It's Steven Spielberg's worst movie ever by far. It's very simple. The dialogue sucks. The scenes suck. The characters suck. All of it is whack. This is not something that would come from somebody like Steven Spielberg, a fucking scientist of movies. He's a movie scientist. So for him to make some shit like this crappy, would say to me that they don't want a lot of people really focused on the movie, but they had to release some type of information within the movie so that they could say, we told you. And to me, it's the disclosure videos that they show at the end of the movie. There's a bunch of them. I think some of that footage they showed in those disclosure videos is real footage because that's the only way the movie would make sense. But now they're putting together a council to get ready to show you, just in case, to get ready to show you aliens exist. Maybe, possibly, or to get you ready for it. So we'll see when I ain't worried about it till Glock drop off my DoorDash. Till you drop off my what is it? Boiling crab, which I'm about to order right after this show. Boiling crab, my damn my fried shrimp, the shebang bang shrimp. Y'all want, if you live in Los Angeles, I'm telling you, boiling crab, shebang bang shrimp. This did you a favor. But Steven Spielberg, I think you got to go watch the movie, but I definitely think he was dropping off or he was breaking off some footage in that video. So moving along, I got one other science news. It wasn't that much. Like I said, it wasn't much science in science news today. But I have this. So it says, do you have the M factor? This is for men. Do you have the M factor? Scientists warn of emerging syndrome linked to violence and misogyny and say 20% of men have it. To violence and misogyny. What could that be, guys? What is linked to violence and misogyny that 20% of men have? You've heard of the X factor, but what about the M factor? Scientists are using this name to describe an emerging syndrome linked to violence and misogyny. The M factor reflects an attitude that sees true masculinity as under threat, explained study leader Dr. Dennis Rabob from the University of Zurich. So this is in where is Zurich? Is that Germany or somewhere? France? Somewhere? I don't know. Where's Zurich? But apparently, if you think that masculinity is under threat, then you're one of these with a syndrome. If you think that they're trying to turn men fruitopian too much, trying to have you talk about your feelings too much instead of solving the problem, fuck your feelings, nigga. How do we get over this shit? How do we get around it, under it, through it? That's what a man does. I don't give a shit what the problem is. How do we fix it? How do we fix it? That's what a man does. And so they're trying to tell you that, again, if you think masculinity is under threat, which it is, it's obviously under threat. What you trying to force fruitopian shit on every goddamn body around the goddamn country, talking about she and they and he. Masculinity is not under a threat. When you trying to make everybody have fucking pronouns, masculinity is not under a threat, though. So keep it going. So it is associated with notions of male supremacy. Meaning, if you think men should be the leaders in society, then you have the M factor. Men shouldn't lead, right? Men aren't the natural leaders. That's not a thing. They just haven't been running the world since the beginning of time, pretty much. Because they're the ones who go out and explore and build and destroy and fix things and invent shit. Men do that. 97%, 98%. Of all the shit created in the world was created by men. But men ain't supposed to be leaders of the world. If you think men's supposed to lead the world, you're crazy. So again, it is associated with notions of male supremacy, a propensity for violence, meaning if you like MMA, if you like boxing, you're just a regular man. Nigga, you just like regular man. Misogyny, or is it a propensity for violence? Misogyny. Misogyny means you hate women. Just because you don't think women should lead don't mean you hate women. Or if you think most women shouldn't lead. There are some women who are leaders, for sure. It's not an absolute thing. So there are some women who should be leaders. There are ample women who have that mentality, who can do that. However, that's not a major thing. It's not a majority thing. It's a small portion of the whole who should be like that. So when they say misogyny, when they say misogyny, they're talking about when you just don't think that women should do things that men do. Women and men are equal, not even. There's difference. In energy, they're equal. Divine masculine, divine feminine, but they're not even in the things that they do and how they manifest that energy. And if you think that's so, you're a dumbass. It's not a thing. Our data, hold on, my God. Let me try to bring my camera back. My camera is out the game. Hold on, let me see. Did I bring it back? Is my oh, there we go. All right. So let me back to this. So it says it is associated with male supremacy, a propensity for violence, misogyny, contempt for sexual minorities, and opposition to gender equality. See, they just think a regular man now is fucking they put you into some category if you just a regular man. Again, what is the factors associated with notions of male supremacy, propensity for violence? You like boxing or MMA, or you like the hit shit. Misogyny, contempt for sexual minorities, meaning fruitopians, zesty motherfuckers. Meaning you don't think zesty people should be running the world. And opposition to gender equality. Again, women, you can run anything you want when you create it, when you protect it, when you die for it. You can do all of those. You can become equal when you do all of those things. Until that happens, it ain't gonna be no equality. When you don't have to die for shit, when you don't create most of the shit, when you don't maintain most of the shit or protect it. That's done mostly by men. So that's not going to happen in a world where that's not happening. Women don't do those things. Just talking about in the male-run world. Of course, women are equally as divine with their feminine energy. Opposite but equal is the feminine energy. That's the male external energy. Women have the equal but opposite internal energy. So if we don't understand the dynamics, though, between divine masculine and divine feminine, we're both going to try to be each other. Men trying to be women and women trying to be men now. That's where we are, out of balance, out of harmony. For the study, the researchers set out to understand what masculinity really means to people. The team enlisted more than 6,000 participants aged 18 to 64 from across Switzerland. Does anybody believe that there's true masculinity coming out of fucking Switzerland? Let's be real. Does anybody believe that you got some true masculinity that should be studied coming out of fucking Switzerland? The place that's neutral. They don't believe in nothing. They don't believe in, they have no, and I believe in that too, being in the middle. I believe in being in the middle. However, they ain't got no fight in them. When is Switzerland whooping ass anywhere? Yeah, you missed me with that. These participants were surveyed about their attitudes toward masculinity and gender and how these attitudes relate to views on family, relationships, sexuality, and experiences of violence. Overall, the results revealed that 20% of men and 7% of women have high M factor scores. However, several factors beyond gender appear to influence your susceptibility. Men with a low level of education, low professional status, and low income were more likely to have the M factor. So men who are not indoctrinated by alleged higher education, when you're not indoctrinated by these goddamn systems that they create to make you docile, that's what that is. These systems that they have are made to make you docile so that you don't push back against the ruling elite, so-called elite. They want you docile so that you don't revolve. You don't create revolutions. Masculine men create revolutions when they don't like shit, when shit is fucked up. They fix it. Feminine energy does not do that. They stick with it until something comes along, till the universe helps them out somehow. Most women, not all feminine energy, but mostly that's how it works out. Men are aggressive, women are passive aggressive. Yin yang. It's very simple shit. However, several factors beyond gender. Oh, I just read that, blah, blah, blah. The reverse is also true. The higher a person's level of education and the better their prospects in life, the lower their M score, their M factor score. The researchers explain. Get the fuck out of here. We not, You ain't gonna try to send us to school and try to tell us that the way men have built shit and run the world that's gotten everybody this far so far is fucked up. Until you started trying to inject femininity into the goddamn shit and trying to take over and trying to make masculine things feminine. Women should create their own feminine things within society. You shouldn't be taking over masculine things and trying to make them feminine. But when that happened, that's when it started to go to the shitter. So, fuck y'all and this M factor bullshit coming out of some soft ass, sweet ass country like Switzerland. Nigga, slap the shit out of every nigga coming out of Switzerland. Fucking bunch of bitches. Moving along. Last thing I got. Pissed me the fuck off. Last thing I got. God damn. In nigga news, there was a baby. Baby got shot and killed by a police officer because the mother was allegedly stealing diapers from Walmart. And there was no proof that they stole the diapers necessarily. The officer said the women jumped in the car and tried to hit him, even though they backed up and moved away from the officer. Again, you're not going to get justice in America until they fear you, until you have some type of leverage. What could that leverage be? That all of you know the law, or at least the majority of us know the law and know how to smash on them niggas when they mess with you, when they violate your rights. Until that happens, until they understand that there's a remedy, a legal remedy that can happen behind all of their fuckery, until that happens, you're not going to gain anything. A lot of people don't mess with white people, or white people don't mess with each other because they know a lawsuit is coming. White people who mess with other white people know eventually there's going to be a lawsuit that comes behind this. Melanated people, we don't trust the court system. We don't trust the legal system, so we don't sue that much. It's like 10, 15%. Whereas Caucasian people, when they're wronged, it's something like 60% of the time they sue. You got to get rid of the fear of the legal system and take that shit over. I'm telling you, you got to take over the goddamn legal system. You got to invade that bitch. You got to lay eggs all around in that bitch and let them grow and feed off the system. That's what you got to do. That's what larvae, that's what them damn insects do to you when they drop their larvae off to you. They plant larvae in you, and then larvae eat off of you and feed off of you and take the body over, the parasites. That's what you need to do to the system. So this is messed up. There go my video. My video's out once again, I'm sure. But here we go. Hold up. Check it out.
Sir, he's on administrative leave. It's like, really? He's on administrative leave?
Car. So she was backing up and she hit a car. But as I was opening the door.
Meantime, indigenous Aboriginal, what's going on with you? Says Walmart is criminal with they.
Hold on. Let me get back to the beginning.
At 11 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. And of course, you can find me on my very own channel.
Damn, what's going on with the... It's the internet. It's not me.
Case show on Facebook and YouTube, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Today, we're going to be talking about calls for Walmart.
God damn.
Boycott growing louder after 1-year-old Cohen Wiley's life was cut short over diapers allegedly being stolen. So we're going to get into that in just a minute. It's a very disheartening and sad, avoidable going on with that going on. Place, and we're going to hear from his mother in just a second. But apparently his mother and a friend were at Walmart shopping, and as they were walking out with a box of diapers, someone, an employee, I guess, accused them of stealing diapers. Now, it sounds like the police was already there. Again, this is Mississippi, Senatobia to be exact, off of U.S. Highway 51. So it sounds like the police were already there dealing with some other shoplifting stuff or whatever. So as they got the call, Cohen's mother and her friend jumped into the car, not really even knowing from what it sounds like what was going on. In fact, the friend said that they were, skipping with the baby and just kind of, no big deal, light, airy, fresh, just leaving the store type thing. And then the baby's life was taken, and I'll let you guys hear from his mother.
Tia Wiley lost her son to the negligence of law enforcement in Senatobia, Mississippi. Can you please say what happened?
It was me, my son, and another friend of mine who was at Walmart. As we was leaving out the Walmart, they tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came, and then when we was backing up, they was running out the come. I raised my baby up because they dropped the gun. She had no tent. I raised my baby up trying to show them that he was in the car. So she was backing up and she hit a car. But as I was opening the door, so the door flew back in. By the time I set my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his real cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh. And we left and went to Senatobia Hospital where he was pronounced.
So they backed up and hit a car, and because when they backed up, they didn't go toward. They weren't going forward. They were going backward and hit a car. And when they hit the car, she held her baby up to slow. Nigga, we got our baby in the car. And this motherfucker shot in the car anyway.
Dead, see. And they told me I wasn't gonna be able to see him. And we left and went to Senatobia Hospital where he was pronounced dead, see. And they told me I wasn't gonna be able to see him until he get back from Jackson. She got airlifted, and the police told me I couldn't leave out the hospital until somewhere I could leave out, could nobody come in. But I ended up walking out. And the crowd was questioning them, asking what happened. They was like, she was shoplifting. But the passenger, it was me. They wasn't talking about me. They was talking about the driver. But on the little, what's it called, self-checkout, they can see, it's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them. But they was all on the right side, and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car.
If they try to charge you with anything?
No, they didn't charge me with it. They just let me go. They didn't say nothing. They just kept telling the crowd that they was shoplifting. But I don't know if they found anything. They just never heard.
So again, that was Valencia Wiley, the 1-year-old's mother, baby Cohen, again explaining what happened.
So again, they were assumed to have been shoplifting. If they weren't shoplifting, they got a great lawsuit against Walmart for instituting this whole goddamn calamity. Now, again, it's not known whether they did it or not, but she said you can look on the camera and see that where we got the diapers, that we got the diapers. And they assumed that they stole the diapers. Now, this is happening, again, because a lot of people are doing this. Somebody says, what's up with the teen takeovers? What are we going to do about the teen takeovers? That's going to have to be the parents. Again, melanated people, you're going to have to get better. Melanated people are going to have to up their game. They're going to have to up your manners, your rules, your etiquette, how you act in public, because that plays on how people see you, especially the people who run this motherfucker. And it doesn't matter if you feel I got freedom and all this and that, and everybody's free. But when it comes to decide on your freedom after you've supposedly or allegedly committed a crime, they see the whole totality of circumstances. That's a legal word, totality of circumstances. They don't just look at you. They look at everything that your people have been doing within America. And that plays back on you, whether it's fucked up or not, which it is, but we get the backlash for everything. So Karmelo got backlash for all the young niggas, YNs who out here doing teen takeovers and robbing people and all that. He got that collective karma backlash. We get melanated adults. We get the collective karma backlash from all the goddamn hood rats and hood niggas in the communities that can't speak, just like the ones I just showed you, who can't read, who can't count, who have no ambition other than to be a social media star now, or a rapper. That's back in the day, because rappers don't make no money today. So again, this is the stock that's coming out of the community. And then that's the major stock that's being seen coming out of the community. Then when some good stock comes out of the community, they see those things to converge. You ain't different than that other nigga. Well, yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. And you can't tell them, you can't show them, you can't pray them, you can't do anything to convince them that you are different. And they will just handle you as such. And that sentence on Karmelo was a message to all the young YNs, the YNs, we're not going to tolerate your shit anymore. But Karmelo, the message went to the wrong person. First off, because it should have went to the white people. Don't put your hands on people. That should have been the message first. Stop putting your hands on people. And if you do, you can't dictate how hands come back at you. That should have been the first message. But the other one should have been discernment. You should have been able to look at this one kid and see that he's different than all the rest of those out there who on TV that are committing all those crimes. He's not the same. But they don't care. They're trying to send the message. They don't give a shit. They'll sacrifice one of ours to send the message to the whole. And this is where we are. Until you get out there and master this goddamn system, you're not going to know anything. And then make sure you get out there also and get the Great Book of Melanin Research, because I have a deal. It's a Father's Day deal. It's tomorrow. Father's Day is tomorrow. So the deal is, I told you guys I wasn't doing it last week. I'm doing the Father's Day deal today, tomorrow, and always till Tuesday. Anytime I do a deal on Saturday, it's always till Tuesday, because that's when I go to the post office. So on Tuesday, it's from today, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday up until 11 a.m. Eastern. West Coast time. That's when I go to the post office. So if you want to get your purchase in to get your free stuff as well, I'm giving out the 3 shirts. This comes with the 3 t-shirts. So people were asking me when I was going to do the same Mother's Day deal as I was doing for the Father's Day. It's now. So Father's Day tomorrow. Shout out to all the pops. But you get the deal if you go hook up the great bug. So Amir, you say, what type of karma do the police get? They don't get no karma if you don't make them. If you don't know how to assert your rights and make them have accountability, then how you gonna make, again, they will get off for anything because you don't know how to make them pay. You got to know how to make them pay. Police officers get karma all the time when you know how to make them pay. What you don't see is they don't promote in the public eye is all the lawsuits that police officers lose. Police officers lose lawsuits quite a bit, even mostly more so than they win. But you don't know that because when the person wins the lawsuit, there's a stipulation in there that the winner, the settler of the lawsuit, they can't admit, the police officer doesn't admit guilt. The police station or department or city or whatever, they don't admit guilt. So the person just gets paid, but then the case gets wiped under the rug and then you can't use it in the future. That's why it's really messed up. This is why we need to learn the law and take them all the way to the end to where the rulings get set in court. Because when you settle out of court, the police officer gets off. You get paid. The police officer didn't have to pay. The city paid. Taxpayers paid. You feel good, but there's no accountability for the city or the police officer. So that's what's happening. Melanated people take the money and run. We have to buckle down and say, fuck that. We're going to make you pay within the system. You can still get your money. You make the case go the whole way. You just got to wait. But melanated people have no patience, and they'll just take the money when they offered it to them. Even if I go for 10, if I got a $10 million lawsuit and they come and offer me $500,000, a lot of people take that. No, hold on, get your money and make them pay, make them accountable, and make the accountability seen by everyone else so they can follow. But that's never going to happen if we don't learn the goddamn law, people.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Sign up today. Get that volunteer. Make sure you get in there. Get that volunteer. KYRF.org/volunteer. Sign up. We're going to send you a questionnaire, just 10 questions. See what you know. It's not pass or fail. Then you send that back and then look for the email we send back. Now, some of the people who have been sending emails to us, I'm sorry. Like I said before, your emails have been going to the spam, which we didn't know. We found a lot of emails in spam of people trying to get into Know Your Rights Foundation. We will be contacting you back this week. So again, if you hit us up and didn't hear back from us, look for an email from Know Your Rights Foundation this week. Sorry, the emails were going, for some reason. We had no idea why your emails were going to spam. It was crazy, but we had a whole bunch of them in spam. We had no idea. All these people were like, yo, I want to get in. Oh, yo, it's me. Boo, boo. So sorry. Again, sorry for that. But we are doing the interview class for this Wednesday. So if you want to get in for this Wednesday interview class, make sure you sign up and do everything you need to do so we can get in there and get you in there. But again, the Great Book of Melanin Research, if you order the hard copy, bam, you get all of the love, the free love that I'm giving for Father's Day. Again, you get the police stop law package for free. Know Your Rights manual, everything you need to know about police stops, how to get back at police officers when they violate your rights. Right here, this is the public official bonds book, teaches you how to go and get that insurance, how to sue them, get that money when they violate your rights. Got the constitutional rights card, the cliff notes of the Know Your Rights manual, letting police officers know what will happen when they violate your rights and what your rights are. Boom, right there. That's the civil rights card, qualified immunity card, right there with the notice. All of this you keep in your car. When you get pulled over, you tell police officers, I don't answer questions. But this is the start. This is just the start to learning the law. Dealing with police, keeping police officers off your ass, that's the start. Then we go on to civics, how to get back or gain advantage within the government. How to understand the law in government so that you can take advantage of it for yourself and your family. But this is where we are in our community. This is the detrimental spot that we've been left in. Actually, we've done it to ourselves with the apathy for the law, meaning we just don't care. But when you don't care about something that controls your life, then you can't complain when you don't get out of life what you want. If you just give it up and don't give a damn and leave your life to be controlled and ruled by somebody else, you can't complain. I don't want to hear no shit. I don't want to hear no shit from none of y'all. But again, got the deal going on. Get the whole police stop, the Great Book of Melanin Research. You get everything in there, plus the fabulous t-shirts. Bam. You can get 1, 2, 4, and 3. Actually, you get all 3. Or you can get the Rapstrology groups t-shirts that I have with the groups and hook that up. Real quick, I've got a couple of missed things right here. Thank you, Marlon Clark and Live Art Studios for the cash apps. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you guys. And thank everybody else who hit the cash app today. Appreciate you guys and all the moderators in here. I don't know if anybody was in here tripping, but if you held them out, appreciate y'all. That's it for me. I'm hungry as hell. Drinking this goddamn rabbit juice. I'm on this damn cleanse, drinking rabbit juice. Oh, this bull crap, this green juice. I got to get me some food. This cleanse, it's almost over. I got about another week left. About another what? What's the date? The 20th? I got 10 days. I got 10 more days on this cleanse, and then I'm free. But today, it's rabbit juice. So appreciate you guys. Thank you again for showing up on this Saturn's Day. Happy summer solstice to you people. Make sure you do your rituals tonight so that you get back whatever you need out of the universe. Invoke the energy of the sun and get all of that power to enforce your endeavors in your life. I'm out of here. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.